Chapter 1208. Xiao Duo couldn't help but click his tongue as he gazed at the young man called Jin Yunxing. Women are truly terrifying. However, after listening to their argument, Xiao Duo had already relied on his handsome and unrestrained IQ to imagine the entire process and plot, and he'd understood the ins and outs of the matter and even the details. It was even to the extent that he'd imagined over 100,000 words of adultery scenes, characters, actions, and so on. However, the other side was still going on. But I was deceived as well. I didn't know in advance. You weren't deceived when you agreed to go out for a drink with him alone. But You have no background, no extraordinary strength, no connections, no brains, and no money. Why would he ask you out for a drink? Why would he invite you out for a meal every day? Besides your face and body, what else do you have that could attract that sort of person? So long as you tell me one, I'll consider you a victim. But When you agreed to dinner with him, it was equivalent to accepting his hint in the eyes of a man. Thus, everything that happened after that was only natural. It was all within reason. From that moment onwards, we had nothing to do with each other. You can be unfaithful once, but you can't be unfaithful 100 times. I won't accept an affair, not even once. At this moment, Jin Yunqing's eyes were filled with pain and heartache, but he didn't struggle. I don't care about your past, and I've never asked about your relationship with me. Even if you've gone through all sorts of hardships in the past, I only ask that you don't embarrass me in this aspect after we're together. That's enough. Even if you come to me after you've had your fun, so long as you don't play with me again, I can still accept it and acknowledge it. For the sake of the person I love, I'll accept being a spare tire. But you've never cared about me. The so-called promises you made to me were just empty words. Even if I forgive you this time, there'll be a next time, and a next time. It's better to get the pain over with than to prolong the pain. Let's end this. Perhaps you'll feel guilty and blame yourself, but after a short period of guilt, you'll still do as you please. As for me, I'll have to wear a green hat for the rest of my life. This kind of thing. Once is already too much. Jin Yunxing strode away. The young woman wailed as she tugged at his sleeve. With a ripping sound, his sleeve was torn apart, and Jin Yunxing instantly vanished into the crowd. The young girl watched as Jin Yunxing walked away with tears in her eyes. The hope in her eyes turned into despair and gloominess. After that, it was replaced by insane hatred. I hate you! The girl roared. Just you wait. She abruptly turned around and left while crying. The ranger turned to Xiao Duo. Zhua, why don't you let me teach that shameless woman a lesson? Just now, the ranger was about to intervene but was stopped by Xiao Duo. It's not worth it. Xiao Duo shook his head. Actually, it wasn't that it wasn't worth it. It was because what the woman was about to do was related to Jin Yunqing's life and death. As for Jin Yunqing, how shameless. She cheated on her own man and still has the face to resent her own man for abandoning her. I'm very curious, why doesn't she hate the man who abducted her? On what basis? The ranger was indignant. I despise this kind of woman the most. It's just a social phenomenon. There's no need to be so angry. Xiao Duo sneered. In life, everyone has their own way of living, everyone has their own encounters, that's all. Anyway, I just can't stand it. I won't stand it no matter what. Bear with it. They strolled for a while more. Seeing that it was getting late, they found a place to have a simple meal. After the meal, the ranger left with a heavy heart. Before he left, he sent Xiao Duo a document. It contained the movements of the major families in the capital during this period, including the changes in personnel and the corresponding movements. Where Xiao Duo didn't even look at it and directly forwarded the content to Li Chenglong. Li Chenglong sent a message, "Roger that." Xiao Duo didn't care about it anymore. He continued to follow his divine perception and searched with Xiaonian. Before Jin Yunxing left just now, Xiao Duo had already placed a wisp of divine perception on him. This was an important clue. How could he not keep a close eye on it? Jin Yunxing, male, 22 years old, was framed by his girlfriend 5 days later. When he escaped, he encountered Granny Greedy Wolf, who was hiding in a secret place, and was killed for no reason. This information was actually very general. Because the location, time, and process of the incident were all missing. There was almost only one outcome. However, this was the only clue at the moment. Fortunately, one outcome was enough. As long as they kept a close eye on him, they could follow the clues and find Granny Greedy Wolf. Jin Yunxing returned to his rented house, closed the door, and sat down. He was dejected. He covered his face with both hands, and tears had already surged out from between his fingers. His girlfriend's aura still lingered in the rented house. As a low-level cultivator, he came to Shangjing to make a living. He worked hard every day to find a job, and he worked hard every day just to give her a foreseeable future. He hoped that one day, he would put on a white wedding dress for her. He had even thought about what to do with his wedding house in the future. He would pay a mortgage and buy a smaller house in a more remote location. Then, when he had children, he would change to another house depending on the conditions. As for the children's education, raising, and so on, he had thought very far ahead. He had even thought about how he would retire when he was old. However, the idea was beautiful, but the reality was cruel. His girlfriend's betrayal this time shattered all his blueprints. The phone kept ringing, but he didn't pick it up. It was as if the world was meaningless to him. He didn't know how long he had been in a daze. It was only when the sky had darkened that he stood up like a zombie. He opened the fridge and took out 2 packets of instant noodles. Only then did he remember that he was the only one left. 1 packet was enough. He didn't know how this bowl of noodles tasted. He suddenly thought of his parents who were far away and couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. It wasn't that he didn't want to die, but he really didn't dare to die. That even if he was betrayed, he still had to live his life. He casually ate 2 mouthfuls to fill his stomach. Looking at the narrow rented house, he suddenly thought of the stray dog on the street just now. My life is really not as good as that dog's. At least that dog doesn't have to be so tired, and it doesn't have to bear so much. It doesn't have so many emotions to face. It's actually true that humans are worse than dogs. Xiao Duo located Jin Yunqing's location. He didn't stay for too long and left with Xiaonian. Xiao Duo knew that Jin Yunqing would only suffer misfortune in 5 days. Because of fate, extreme misfortune will bring joy. At that time, I might as well give him a chance, Xiao Duo thought. Xiao Duo had never been a good person. However, he truly felt that Jin Yunqing was rather decisive and straightforward when it came to matters. Even though he was in excruciating pain right now, he'd made a prompt decision when he decided to give up just now, and he hadn't hesitated at all. Xiao Duo admired this kind of character very much. At least as a man. He wasn't a coward. When they returned to the small courtyard, they were surprised to see Lu Yingfeng and Madame Lu sitting in the living room. Li Chenglong was chatting with them while Xiang Bing was making tea and preparing dinner. Patriarch Lu and Madame Lu were always kind when facing Xiao Duo and the others. They missed their daughter, so they came to see their daughter's students. Now that everything was clear, Madame Lu couldn't wait to bring Xiao Duo and the others into the Lu family so that she could watch over them every day. These children were her daughter's blood, sweat, and tears. Her daughter had placed her hopes on them. That night, Patriarch Lu and Madame Lu didn't stay for long. After dinner, Lu Yingfeng pulled the reluctant Madame Lu away. After that, everyone had nothing else to do, so they all entered the spatial extermination tower to cultivate. Everyone's cultivation was on the fast track. Everyone had just broken through to the Skysoar realm, so they didn't need to do anything else now. They only needed natural treasures and cultivation materials to aid their cultivation and improve their cultivation. That was all. All kinds of eating, swallowing, absorbing, and sucking. This kind of fast track would continue until they reached the Tao convergence stage. Of course, every time he absorbed the spiritual energy, he would have to temper it 1,000 times before he could transform it into a state that was most compatible with the Skysoar realm. It was one thing to advance by leaps and bounds, but it was also necessary to strengthen one's foundation. Their current demand for the Jade of Astral Souls had reached the level of high-grade Astral Souls Jade. Generally, mid-grade or low-grade Astral Souls Jade would turn into powder in a second. However, it was more or less useless. It would be best if they could directly use top-grade Astral Souls Jade to aid their cultivation. However, top-grade Astral Souls Jade was simply too rare in this world. It was truly a scarce resource. Sui Xiaoduo naturally didn't lack it. However, the resources he had on hand were far from enough for the needs of so many people. He had to purchase them elsewhere. At such a time, Sui Xiaoduo's background as a second-generation superpower was put to good use. He found a number that Wu Yuting had secretly left for him and dialed it. "Is this Uncle Ding? I'm Sui Xiaoduo. Emichim. My mother said that my father once said that Uncle Ding is a good person. Uncle Ding, you're too kind. It's actually nothing much. It's just that there's a huge shortage of top-grade Astral Souls Jade for cultivation. We want to buy some. That won't do. We definitely have to pay. Otherwise, my mother will hit me. We, the Zhuo clan, do things openly and honestly. How can we take advantage of our own people? Okay. Thank you very much, Uncle Ding. As for how much you need. Anyway, we need a lot. The more the better. Okay. Thank you, Uncle Ding." On the other hand, Sui Xiaoyan also began to make calls. "Pavilion Master, do we still have top-grade Astral Souls Jade in the Nine Heavens Pavilion? We want to purchase some, but we don't have enough materials for cultivation." "Thank you, Pavilion Master. There's no need for that. We have to pay normally. Or we can use resources to exchange for them. My points are that high. I can exchange them for top-grade Astral Souls Jade." Sui Xiaoyan was stunned. "My contribution is that high." Chapter 1209. Sui Xiaoyan was really dumbfounded by the information on the other end of the phone. Her points at the Nine Heavens Pavilion could actually be exchanged for more than 3,000 pieces of top-grade Jade of Astral Souls. So much. When did she make such a huge contribution? This was definitely an unexpected surprise. Sui Xiaoduo then called the Ministry of Finance. "Is this Minister Yang?" I'm Sui Xiaoduo. Uncle Nan asked me to ask you for help." "You're too polite. Well, if you have time, come over to my house with Uncle Nan. My mother's cooking is really delicious. I'll definitely give you a portion in advance for the next family feast." Not long after, Li Chenglong and the others were dumbfounded when a large batch of high-quality Jade of Astral Souls was sent over. He didn't know how the news spread, but the Yu clan, Dongfang clan, and Nan clan all sent star-souled jades over. Each of them sent 10,000 pieces, and they even said in a forthright manner, "There's plenty. Send more in a few days." Money? Resources? No need. These things have been stored at home for a long time. This time, just treat it as clearing out the storeroom. There's not enough left. It's really like that. The patriarch said that if we still accept money for these things, he'll break our legs when we get back. Sua Xiaoduo was very surprised by this situation. Was this the authority of the second generation of super cultivators? It was really too easy to get these things. Previously, when Hidden Dragon High School's principal Yi wanted to buy the top-grade jade of astral souls, he couldn't find it no matter how hard he begged. One piece cost hundreds of millions. But now, with just a call, tens of thousands of pieces were sent over, and they didn't even ask for money. It was as if they were afraid that he wouldn't accept it. Oh my god. I really love this identity of mine. After sending away a bunch of people who were sent the top-grade jade of astral souls because they wanted to clear out the storeroom, Sua Xiaoduo clapped his hands. Come, all of you. I have something for you. Not only was there a top-grade jade of astral souls, there was also something else. This time, it was definitely something that could save his life. It's equivalent to each of you having 20 extra lives. Do you understand? Then, he gave each of the 12 people a piece of paper. I don't need to tell you what you should do next, right? Come on, let's do it quickly. Li Chenglong was the most cooperative. Without another word, he immediately began to write. An IOU. An IOU. Today, I owe Sua Xiaoduo. At this point, he looked up and asked, how much is appropriate? Sua Xiaoduo rolled his eyes and said, set your own price. It's fine as long as you know the price. As the boss, how can I be less than you? What I want is your attitude. Do you understand? Li Chenglong considered for a moment, and then continued to write, understood. Today, I owe Sua Xiaoduo 10 continents. Empty words have no proof. I'll write it down as proof. Heaven above, be my witness. I won't go back on my word. I'll definitely pay it back in this lifetime. Li Chenglong. Year, month, day. Then, he signed and pressed his fingerprints. The series of actions flowed smoothly. Long Yuxing then began to write, an IOU. Today, I owe Sua Xiaoduo 20 continents. Long Yuxing, Wanli Xiao, year, month, day. With the first 2 sets of models, Gao Qiao, and the others also imitated them as if they were imitating a bowl. Thus, in an instant, Sua Xiaoduo's IOU increased by 120 continents. Well, in addition to the previous debt, you now owe me a total of 200 continents. Remember to pay it back when you need it. Sua Xiaoduo exhorted. Don't worry, I'll definitely pay it back in this lifetime. Well, it doesn't matter if you remember it or not. I'll remember it anyway. Sua Xiaoduo nodded and put away the stack of IOU carefully. Then, he began to distribute the best quality jade of astral souls. Everyone was beaming with joy. To be able to obtain so many high-quality resources with just an IOU was a great thing. How could such a good thing happen a few more times? 3 to 5 times a day, or even 8 to 10 times a day, it would never be too much. Although everyone had such dirty thoughts, everyone's feelings for Sua Xiaoduo were the most sincere. It could be seen from the ownership of the heart-cleansing sacred fruit and the heart-cleansing sacred fruit tree. Whether the content of the IOU was outrageous or not was one thing. When they had the ability in the future, they would have to pay it back. When they encountered something good, they would not forget to share a share with Sua. Everyone was prepared for this as well. However, they would never have thought that the world was unpredictable and the universe was unpredictable. At a certain time in the future, when they had achieved great success and laughed at all the heroes, these promissory notes would become a nightmare that they could not get rid of for the rest of their lives. At that time, Zhuo Duo would waive the IOU and collect a wave of interest on a whim. After a period of time, he would collect another wave of interest. This made them, who had reached the peak of the world, rack their brains to avoid debt and rack their brains for the IOU. It had to be said that every bird and peck had its own destiny. Ahem, this was something that would happen in the distant future. They would talk about it when they needed it in the future. In short, they were very happy to be free now. When they were liquidated in the future, the result would be clear. What's the use of collecting so many IOU? Zhuo Xiaoyan was very curious. She looked at the thick stack of IOU in Zhuo Xiaoduo's hands and saw that there were as many as 13 IOU from Li Chenglong. Long Yuxing and Wan Lixiu were second, and Yu Moyan and Li Changming were third. Except for Zhen Piapiao, who joined the group the latest, who only had 1 IOU, the rest had at least 2 in their accounts. I have my own use. Zhuo Xiaoduo chuckled, if everyone can't reach the end, it doesn't matter. But if everyone can reach the end, well, we can refer to Uncle Nan and Uncle Wu for specific examples. In the future, we, husband and wife, our whole family, will be able to eat a lot just by collecting interest for generations. Zhuo Xiaoyan. You are thinking so far ahead. Zhuo Xiaoduo's method was naturally not taught to him by Zhuo Chonglu. Zhuo Chonglu did not tell him about this at all. These were the unique skills that Zhuo Xiaoduo had comprehended on his own to walk the Jianghu. At the same time. On the other side, in front of the Sun-Moon Pass, Zhuo Chonglu looked at Yu Xingchen, Yu Dongtian, Dongfang Xingyang, Sword Monarch, Saber Demon, and the others. His face was full of smiles as he took out a stack of IOU from his spatial ring. Do you still remember these IOU? Now that we have nothing to do, and you have saved up for so many years, shouldn't you settle the interest first? As the saying goes, a half-grown child eats the father until he is poor. I am raising 2 children now, and the living pressure is very high. You don't know how much it costs to raise a pair of children. The 2 of us can't bear the burden now, and I need you to repay us. Hearing this, everyone's eyeballs bulged in unison. This. How many years had it been since that happened? You still keep these IOU. Is this something that a human can do? Is this something that a Sky Patrol minister should do? Where is his shame? Where is his dignity? The distortion of human nature. The decay of morality. Raising a pair of children can force the Sky Patrol minister to this extent. We trust you so much. Don't talk nonsense with me, quickly settle the amount that everyone owes. After this round of settlement, remember to write a new IOU after today's settlement. Zhuo Chonglu smiled. I have newly obtained the heaven-nourishing jade. I will distribute it to all of you later, but I have to make it clear in advance that this is an important strategic resource. Not only can it not be used freely, but it is also strictly forbidden for anyone other than us to use it. Once it is used up, it will be gone. Do you understand? As Zhuo Chonglu explained what the heaven-nourishing jade was, everyone's eyes lit up like light bulbs. The heaven-nourishing jade was really a good thing. Even if one's heart was crushed or his dantian was destroyed, it could recover in a few seconds. This was the greatest blessing on the battlefield, a treasure that defied the natural order. Nan Jingqian. Yu Dongtian waved his hand. What? Nan Jingqian was a little puzzled. Come here. Yu Dongtian was all smiles. What's the matter? Nan Jingqian walked forward in confusion. Poof! Yu Dongtian suddenly raised his fist and smashed Nan Jingqian's dantian into a pulp. Blood immediately splattered. A tragedy suddenly unfolded before their eyes. Nan Jingqian screamed, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. You! Let's test it out. Yu Dongtian stuck his heaven-nourishing jade on Nan Jingqian's body. 5 seconds later. Nan Jingqian recovered completely. He was completely at his peak. Not even a wound was left behind. If it wasn't for the large pool of blood on the ground, no one would believe that Nan Jingqian had just suffered a fatal injury. What a treasure! Yu Dongtian played with the heaven-nourishing jade in his hand lovingly. Nan Jingqian was furious. Yu Dongtian, you son of a bitch. He finally understood. Yu Dongtian was clearly taking revenge on him for watching him make a scene. Otherwise, of all people, he just had to use him as an experiment. Why didn't he look for Dongfang Xingyang? He turned around and saw that Dongfang Xingyang had already run in front of Zhuo Changlu and started to write an IOU. He looked straight ahead, as if he didn't see anything. He really came back from the dead. Oh my God, that everyone was instantly excited. They all gathered around to calculate the debt and repay the interest. Zhuo Changlu had clearly stated that those who had not paid the interest previously did not have the right to write an IOU for the heaven-nourishing jade. He was just so unyielding, just like a scoundrel. Wu Yuding was at the side collecting the debt. Other than cash and transfers, she wanted everything. She stopped and put on a fake smile. That's it. Hence, those who were asked quickly took out a large sum of money. That when it was Qin Shaw's turn, there was finally a problem. Wu Yuding looked at the things that Qin Shaw took out and put on a fake smile. Ha! That's it. Qin Shaw was so angry that her face turned green and white. Teardrop, don't go overboard. Humph, what do you want? Wu Yuding rolled her eyes. Qin Sha turned around and said to Zhuo Changlu, Brother Zhuo, I've been waiting for you. Now, it's normal for powerful people to have multiple wives. I don't ask you to give me any status. I'm willing. Wu Yuding was shocked. She immediately kept the things and put on a smiling face. Aunt Qin. Okay, I've collected enough interest. Chapter 12:10. This is enough. Qin Sha glanced at her. I don't think it's enough. It's enough, it's more than enough. Wu Yuding quickly took out a portion, at least half of it, and pushed it back to Qin Sha. I don't need so much. Take these back. She sounded a little submissive. This was Wu Yuding's first time in so many years. So much. Yes. At least you know what's good for you. Wu Yuding was so angry that her whole body was trembling, but she did not dare to say anything. I've never seen anyone who wants to be a mistress so arrogant in front of the main wife. But I can't provoke her. Originally, she wouldn't take action because of her status. If I provoke her, she might as well take action regardless of the consequences. That would be bad. And I can have a legitimate reason. If the main wife says that I don't dare, then I'll do it for her. No matter what, Wu Yuding would never give him such a chance. Even if I have to suffer a little. On the other side, Zhuo Changlu's face was also pale, and his eyes were a little blue. I'm scared to death, scared to death. Finally, Qin Sha finished paying the interest. She went to Zhuo Changlu and stretched out her hand. Zhuo Changlu thought for a while and hesitantly handed over a piece of paper. He coughed. Sign. Sign an IOU. Huff. The paper suddenly burned in Qin Sha's hand. It turned into ashes. Qin Sha pursed her lips, her eyes and expression were cold. Her eyes were like knives, swords, and spears. Her meaning was clear. I already want to be your concubine, and you still want me to sign an IOU? Do you believe that I'm serious? Zhuo Changlu turned to look at Wu Yuding in panic. Wu Yuding turned her face away and pretended not to see. Zhuo Changlu's face twitched. He quickly chose a thicker piece and placed it in Qin Sha's hand. Leave quickly. I'm going to be killed by you. Humph. Qin Sha took the heaven-nourishing jade and left with her head held high. Little guy, do you think I can't teach you two a lesson? You actually want to bully me? Do you really think I want to be your man's concubine? I, the Qin Sha, am definitely not that kind of person. Tears, look at how scared you are. Auntie won't snatch it from you. This was the first time that the heaven-inspecting minister couple had suffered a setback. Zhuo Changlu heaved a sigh of relief. He could feel his heart throbbing. He could clearly feel that tonight would not be an easy night for him. Even in the future, it would be very difficult, very difficult, very difficult. Oh my God, this is really an undeserved calamity. Poochie poochie. The laughter around them, which they tried to hold back but failed to do so, rang out. Zhuo Changlu's face was as red as a jujube. He glanced around coldly. The laughter that wasn't loud in the first place suddenly stopped. The next one was Shimin Lai. With a fawning look on his face, he said, "Boss. I want to write an IOU. You only know how to write IOUs. What else can you do? Can't you be more mature?" Zhuo Changlu immediately found a target to vent his anger on. He said angrily, "Can't you use real money? What have you been doing all your life? What kind of achievements can you have? What hope do you have? How could I have been so blind to give you so many resources? I even asked you to sign an IOU. When will you be able to pay it back in your lifetime? What kind of achievements do you have? What hope do you have? How could I have been so blind to give you so many resources and even let you write an IOU?" Shimin Lai was dumbfounded. Just now, everyone wrote an IOU, but you didn't say anything. How come when it came to me? The people around him held back their laughter and urged, "Hurry up. What are you being so shy for?" Shimin Lai was embarrassed. He said in a low voice, "But I really can't take it out right now." "If you can't take it out, then go away. Quick." The others became even more noisy. Shimin Lai's face turned the color of a persimmon. He was at a loss and looked extremely pitiful. Finally, it was Yu Xingqian who stood up to smooth things over. He wrote an IOU and got the heaven-mending stone as he wished. After giving out 15 heaven-mending stones, Zhuo Changlu hurriedly announced, "There's no more. Basically, each army gets one. The left and right heavenly kings get one each. The demonic sword monarch, demon ancestor and others get one each. The emperor gets two. The others don't get this treatment. This is a strategic treasure. Moreover, everyone here is well versed in the creation of heaven and earth. Even if this treasure is profound, it is still rootless and limited. I don't know how many people can be saved with one stone, but it can't be used without limit. It's up to you to decide how to use it. I won't ask how you should use it and where you should use it. But don't pester me again. I don't have any more on hand." Zhuo Changlu's voice was very heavy. Everyone understood that the IOU was written and they got the good stuff. However, their shoulders became heavier and heavier. With this thing, there was no doubt that they had more confidence to save their lives. However, soldiers valued camaraderie the most. No one wanted to see their comrades die, so that the marshals could already foresee that after every battle, the armies would carry many heavily wounded and dying soldiers to them and kneel on the ground, begging for their lives. "Commander, save him. I know you have elixirs that can prolong his life and bring him back to life. Commander, please have mercy. Marshal, this is our comrade in arms. Commander, please." When they thought of this scene, the four commanders felt that the heaven-mending stone in their hands was a little hot. How many people could it save with such a thin piece? If they were allowed to use them freely, they would probably be used up in a small skirmish. Therefore, this kind of heaven-defying treasure would definitely have side effects. Therefore, there really needed to be a rule on how to use this thing. In addition, it had to be strictly enforced. I've said everything I wanted to say. The severity of the matter is up to you. Disperse. Zhuo Chonglu felt that it was necessary for him to drive everyone away quickly. He already felt that his wife's coldness was getting thicker and thicker. The moment everyone scattered like birds and beasts, Zhuo Chonglu heard Wu Yuting's cold voice, "Come with me." Xiao Duo's mother. "It's not my fault. I didn't have any opinion at all." Zhuo Chonglu's face was bitter. "What you said is not the main point. Come here." Wu Yuting pulled Zhuo Chonglu and disappeared without a trace. This caused the people who seemed to have left but were actually waiting not far away to watch the gossip to be greatly disappointed. What a tragedy. Yu Dongtian shook his head, his face full of schadenfreude. Right now, only the frivolous heavenly king of the right would be so audacious and unrestrained as to say what everyone else wanted to say but did not dare to. Even his father, Monarch Xixing, might not have such courage. However, there was a price to pay for such courage in action. Before the heavenly king of the right could finish his sentence, a huge she-blade fell from the sky. That 40-meter-long she-blade was a ghastly sight. Fortunately, only the hilt of the she-blade hit Yu Dongtian's head, and it didn't behead him. I was wrong. Yu Dongtian's face was pale. He knelt on the ground with a thud, but I didn't mean it. I saw Dongfang Xingyang's expression, so I blurted it out. Actually, this was what Dongfang Xingyang thought. Uncle Zhuo, please understand, Dongfang Xingyang is really not a good person. Dongfang Xingyang, who had already walked far away, turned black instantly. This son of a bitch, he's really vengeful. He's still trying to shift the blame at this critical moment. Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others, who had just received a large amount of cultivation resources, spent every day in the Tower of Annihilation. All of them fought and cultivated as if they didn't care about their lives. Among them, the ones who were the craziest were the few female students. Their innate talent was slightly lacking. When they cultivated, they were even more desperate than the group of male students. Their cultivation and combat experience were increasing day by day. Zhen Piapiao and Gao Qiao were the two girls who were the most desperate among the group of female students. They were even more desperate than Wanli Xiu. Every time they fought, they had to fight throughout the entire arena. Moreover, they had to do it several times. It was probably because their foundations were the weakest, so their combat strength was naturally the weakest. No matter who they were up against, they would definitely be at an absolute disadvantage. No one could let them gain an advantage over them. However, these two girls were shockingly resilient. No matter how serious their injuries were, as soon as they recovered, they would immediately challenge again. Li Chenglong had calculated. 1 day and 1 night in the outside world was equivalent to 5 months in the Tower of Annihilation. And in these 5 months, the number of times each of Zhen Piapiao and Gao Qiao was crazily attacked. By a conservative estimate, it was more than 2,500 times. This was an appalling number that could drive anyone crazy. This was clearly a battle where there was no hope of winning. Everyone was stronger than the two of them. Of course, they were constantly improving, but the others were also improving. Their progress was not worse than theirs. For example, Li Chenglong, Yu Moyan, Long Yuxing, and the others were improving faster, much faster. Under the effect of such a vicious cycle, they could only be attacked and crushed all the way. They never thought of counterattacking and showing off their power. But as it went on, the two girls never had the intention to give up or relax. When they were beaten down, they would get up again, continue to fight and resist. When they really couldn't take it anymore, they would go back to cultivate and improve. Then they would try again, resist again, and fight again. This ruthlessness made Li Chenglong and the others feel a sense of crisis. If they were caught up or even beaten down when they clearly had the upper hand, it would be a great loss of face. It was hard to tell if this was a vicious cycle or a virtuous cycle. Everyone started to go head-to-head with their lives on the line one after another. The weak ones chased with all their strength. The strong ones continued to run with all their strength. In the end, even Xiao joined the battle group. He controlled the Grand Sun True Fire and fought with everyone. Xiao Zhao's Great Sun True Fire was naturally sharp, but he was still young in the end, while everyone else was a genuine Sky Soar cultivator. Furthermore, they were Sky Soar cultivators that far surpassed the ordinary Sky Soar cultivators. When it came to facing the Great Sun True Fire head-on, their strength was still insufficient. However, they could seize the opportunity to defeat Xiao Xiao. But when the young ones were beaten, the old ones would naturally stand up for them. After Zhuo Xiaoduo completely digested the two inheritances and got Zhao's complaint, he naturally joined the battle group with Zhuo Xiaoyan. Every day, it was chaotic. Chapter 12:11. However, after a few rounds, it became a one-on-one duel between Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan. The reason for this was that the gap between the two of them and the other 12 was simply too great. Even if the 12 of them were to fight together, they would still be crushed by either Zhuo Xiaoduo or Zhuo Xiaoyan. They would be defeated before they even had a chance to unleash a single attack. And this was without Zhuo Xiaoduo using his 99 cat hammer and Zhuo Xiaoyan using her ice spirit. Li Chenglong and the others were unwilling to accept this, but they could only accept this tragic reality in the face of such powerful opponents. After a few rounds, they experienced firsthand just how powerful Zhuo Xiaoyan and Zhuo Xiaoduo were. This was especially true for Gao Qiao, and Zhen Piao, whose beautiful faces were becoming more and more bleak. The others were also powerful, but at least they were still within reach. However, Zhuo Xiaoyan and Zhuo Xiaoduo were already beyond reach. The reason why they said they were beyond reach was because they knew that the two of them were only at the Sky Soar realm, the same level as everyone else. If they didn't know, the two of them would never believe that they were Sky Soar realm cultivators who had only recently broken through to the Sky Soar realm. Even if they were Dao integration stage cultivators, no one would be surprised. After that, everyone decided to split up the battleground. With the mountain of Qi as the boundary, this side belonged to Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan, while the other side belonged to the 12 of them. Everyone minded their own business and didn't come looking for trouble, so they shouldn't come looking for trouble. The 12 of them didn't know that Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan were also under a lot of pressure. Li Chenglong and the others were all fighting with their lives on the line. If they allowed these guys to close in on them, they wouldn't even need to worry about catching up to them. As long as the 12 of them worked together, they would be able to contend against either Zhuo Xiaoyan or Zhuo Xiaoduo. God knew how smug they would be. Thus, the two of them also began to cultivate, absorb, and battle with all their might. They didn't know what kind of cycle it was, but it was a cycle. Furthermore, Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan were still competing with each other. Another day and night passed. It was already the evening of the second day, and the lights were just beginning to turn on. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan went out again and arrived at the printing factory. Boss Zhou had been waiting at the door for a long time. When he saw Zhuo Xiaoduo coming, he immediately greeted him with joy. "Boss, you're here." Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't waste any time and asked directly, "How's it going?" Boss Zhou also didn't dawdle and took out a sample. The business card was usually very small, but the patterns and dark patterns on it were extremely exquisite. Zhuo Xiaoduo was very satisfied when he saw it. It was exactly the same as the version he had imagined. There was no difference at all. "Not bad." Zhuo Xiaoduo asked, "How many did you make?" On the first day, because we still had to model, we only finished 1 million pieces. Boss Show said, "We're still rushing the production in 3 shifts. From tomorrow onwards, the daily production can reach 20 million pieces. The printing equipment supplier I ordered has already sent the goods. It will arrive in about 5 days. After all the installation is completed and can be put into use, the daily production can reach 60 million pieces. In addition, I've contacted another 30 printing factories. It's estimated that in half a month, we can reach a daily production of 1 billion pieces. Of course, this is the ideal situation. We will assign people to supervise the product quality to ensure that there are no defective products. I'm still in contact with the new factories. The daily supply will definitely reach a higher level. The supply of 9 quadrillion pieces in 3 years will definitely be achieved. Well, give me this 1 million first." Xiao Duo was very satisfied with Boss Show's ability to do things and gave him considerable affirmation. He thought that it would be the best if he could get tens of thousands of pieces on the first day. He didn't expect that he could get so much supply in one day. It was enough to use for a while. However, after seeing the printing process, Xiao Duo suddenly understood. A large piece of paper could make 100 business cards. It was printed at once and kept flowing out like flowing water. Then, on the other side, it was cut with a large guillotine. If there were 20 pieces of paper, it would be cut together. It would be a finished product without any repair. In 1 minute, 3,000 finished products would be produced. If it was an ordinary business card, it would only be cut together when there were 100 pieces. However, this kind of business card was of good quality and was much thicker. Therefore, it would be cut with 20 pieces. There were only 5 such machines now. In other words, if they only worked 24 hours a day here, the daily output of 20 million could be achieved. Of course, the premise was that the machine was not broken and there were no malfunctions. This job was simply too easy. It was not enough to describe it as a profit with a small capital. However, after considering Xiaoduo's requirements for quantity and quality, even if the 30 printing factories contacted were to add up, based on the calculation of 1 billion per day, the order would still not be completed within 3 years. Because according to the current production rate, it would take at least 30 years to complete. Not to mention, no matter how strict and cautious they were, the quality of the finished product could not be completely flawless. In addition to the removal of defective products, there was also the daily maintenance of the machine, the occasional machine malfunction, and other irresistible factors. If they wanted to complete the order, they would have to contact more printing factories to do it together. Regarding this, Boss Show had already made up his mind. This order was not difficult, but it was not simple either. It required considerable business skills to complete it within the time limit. Xiao Duo expressed satisfaction with Boss Show's thorough consideration and plan. After receiving the 1 million finished products, he generously gave out a batch of secular high-end tobacco, wine, sugar, and tea. Everyone has worked hard. These are the benefits for everyone. Long live the boss. The cheers were thunderous. After leaving the printing factory, Xiao Duo thought for a while and called Minister Ding again. "Uncle Ding, it's like this. I need to print a lot of things. So, I found a few factories to help me. I don't need to provide them with too much extra convenience. I just need to make sure that no one causes trouble so as not to delay the completion of my order." "No problem." On the other side, Minister Ding agreed readily. With his monstrous power, this kind of thing was nothing to him. He didn't even need to look for him. A secretary of a subordinate of a subordinate of a subordinate would be able to handle it. However, when Xiao Duo called him personally, Minister Ding obviously realized something, so he treated it as a big deal. After he received the contents of the order, he was also speechless. The minister's son was really not an ordinary person. How could an ordinary person do such a thing? 9 quadrillion business cards in 3 years. What a joke. Finally, everything is ready. We're just waiting to receive it. Xiaoduo breathed a sigh of relief. 9 quadrillion. Damn, you're asking for too much. Not to mention that there aren't so many people in this world. Even if all the people who have ever existed since ancient times were added together, it would still be far from this number. Xiaoyan was speechless. I set this number after careful consideration. I intend to use it all at once. It will take a long time. With our cultivation and future progress, it shouldn't be a problem for us to live for another few million years, right? I even think that this may not be enough. Xiaoduo was full of confidence. You're not planning to use it for the rest of your life, are you? Xiaoyan was shocked. There was no need for such a long-term plan, was there? How is that possible? Xiaoduo shook his head vigorously. I'm afraid this won't be enough for the rest of my life. Xiaoyan almost blurted out the vulgar words that only men would use. This little dog was crazy. After Xiaoduo received the 1 million business cards, he immediately put them into the Tower of Annihilation. Then, he placed them on a table that had been prepared beforehand. With a thought, he sealed them and stored them away. Then, he injected a little luck point into them and turned them into mist. All the Tianji orders were enshrouded in mist. All the Tianji orders that were tainted with luck points instantly changed. The color became deeper, and the pattern seemed to come alive. They were full of a mysterious aura that with a thought, a piece of paper appeared in Xiaoduo's hand. He turned his head and looked at Boss Zhou, who was still watching him at the door. He smiled slightly. With a swoosh, the Tianji orders silently entered Boss Zhou's pocket. Boss Zhou did not notice this change at all. The words on the order flashed for a moment and then disappeared. This was a short-term fortune that Xiaoduo had seen for Boss Zhou. When it came true, this Tianji orders would naturally be burned, and the luck points after the fortune reading would automatically descend. Compared to the previous method of obtaining luck points, this could be said to be much more advanced. It was more than twice as fast. What a treasure! What a good idea! What a good idea! What a huge profit! Xiaoduo was full of praise for the results and his own wonderful ideas. He was in high spirits. Of course, if Boss Zhou wanted to see this Tianji orders, he would also see it. For example, if he accidentally saw his own order, he would naturally see the comments on it. However, after seeing it and waiting for it to come true, the luck points would be doubled. If an ordinary person like Boss Zhou only contributed 1/10 of the luck points, when he saw it with his own eyes, it would be 2 out of 10. It was fine if he put it in his pocket after seeing it, but when it came true, his pocket would naturally be empty. It did not matter if he threw it away, because no matter how hard he threw it, he could not throw it away. Xiaoduo threw it as he walked. No matter who he saw, as long as they were unlucky or had something to do recently, he would directly throw it over with a thought. In just half an hour, he had sent out more than 300 of them. The last time he leveled up, he had accumulated so many luck points, but there were less than 50 drops left. This made Xiaoduo feel a great sense of crisis. Now that he had the Tianji orders, it was like a wholesale business. He would throw a Tianji orders at anyone he saw, especially when he saw a few people with bloody disasters. In Xiaoduo's eyes, they were like treasures. He only felt that the luck points had already fallen into his pocket. Of course, Xiaoduo's first order was naturally used on Xiaoyan. It would be the best in a year. With the wind and the water, the colorful phoenix flies on the dragon, the wind and the clouds meet together, a cup of Qinkuan wine. However, under the circumstances where I can write it, I still want to try my best not to go back on my word. I will return it slowly. I beg for monthly votes. Chapter 12:12. Not bad, not bad. Nian Nian is so lucky. Sui Xiaoduo was so happy that he could not close his mouth. Then, he flung it at himself. Poof! The heavenly secret order was instantly reduced to ashes. This is too good. Sui Xiaoduo was speechless. While he was strolling leisurely, he passed by a forest by chance. Looking around, he saw that these lush trees were almost completely destroyed by the recent battle. Thus, Sui Xiaoduo threw out hundreds of Tianji orders. Trees are also living creatures in the world. They are also lives. All living creatures suffer. Why do they suffer? Why do they suffer? Sui Xiaoduo was full of nonsense. His face was full of compassion. These are also fate points. It's a pity that these short-lived flowers and plants, as well as those small trees, can't produce fate points. It's such a pity. They are clearly part of all living beings. Why are they so biased? Otherwise, I would have used up this 1 million today. Sui Xiaoduo was happy, but he was also a little dissatisfied. What's wrong with flowers and plants? Could it be that little flowers and little grass? Weren't they also a life? How unfair is God? Sui Xiaoduo quietly landed on Jin Yunqing's back and tossed a bloody calamity to him. Then, he leisurely returned and tossed a bloody calamity to Li Chenglong and the others. These debtors are all so lucky. Humph. The luckier you are, the more I will earn. You owe me so much. Do you really think you can pay me back in this lifetime? In your dreams. How can there be such a good thing in the world? Sui Xiaoduo thought bitterly, with Grandpa's ability to catch a toad, I'd like to see where you can run to. The present has an end, but the future is endless. As long as we don't die, there will be a day when you will pay me back with interest. With a thought, he showed it to Zhang Shuajuan, but was immediately shocked. Oh my God! How could there be such a thing? The immortal heart of a martyr, the soul of a beautiful woman, the demonic flame soars to the heavens, and the stars fall with a single breath. Sui Xiaoduo was shocked. This Zhang Shuajuan was actually this awesome. Could it be that the god-slaying spear had entered her body first? Therefore, he hurriedly dragged Yan Shixi out and interrogated him. Tell me, what happened? This Miss Shan's body. At this moment, Yan Shixi behaved abnormally subserviently and even seemed a little guilty. Cough. There's really no other way. I mean, how can she have so much potential? I want to know the whole story, the whole story. Sui Xiaoduo asked in a deep voice. It's normal for it to have great potential. That's a great power accumulated by the god-slaying spear's main body over a long period of time. Or rather, it's more appropriate to call it pure devil chi. Speaking of this, Yan Shixi fumed. This should have been his. In order to settle the previous karma, the god-slaying spear's main body had given him this tyrannical power. At that time, something unexpected happened. The other side needed a strong power to guard the pass and even attacked you, boss. So, there was an explosion. After the explosion, my spirit was extremely weak, and I couldn't control my primordial chi at all. Then, boss, you pulled me out. Her spirit and power were originally separated. When I came out, the power naturally stayed in her body and became her foundation. Yan Shixi sobbed. Yan Shixi said with tears in his eyes, Lady Zhan is the one who is really lucky. She didn't do anything, but she already has the pure power of the demonic monarch hidden in her body. Boss, you also protected her soul. Once she wakes up, she will absorb the pure demonic chi and merge it with it. Then, she will transform into an expert. Sigh. Comparisons are odious. Yen Shirsi didn't know what to say. He, the designated inheritor, had been robbed of all his power for no reason. He had to start all over again and continue to work hard to regain his glory. Zhang Yunfei, on the other hand, had inherited everything while she was unconscious. Who could he blame for this? How long will it take for you to recover to your original level? Sua Xiaoduo asked unhappily. I'll need a long time. The main thing is that I lack the nourishment of a devil soul. Yen Shirsi was a little short of breath. You haven't fought with the devil clan, so I can't absorb their devil souls. I can only use the most basic methods to aid my cultivation. Of course, the efficiency won't be high. Devil soul. Sua Xiaoduo was stunned. The soul of the devil clan. No, it's the devil chi that the devil clan naturally emits when they cultivate devil techniques. Then, they purify it. Yen Shirsi said weakly. As for the soul, Sister Bai and Brother Black like it. I don't need it, and I don't dare to snatch it. I can't snatch it even if I wanted to. Sister Bai. Brother Black. Sua Xiaoduo was stunned. Who was he talking about? That's right. Yen Shirsi looked behind Sua Xiaoduo in fear. Sua Xiaoduo turned around and saw Bai and Zhou looking at Yen Shirsi with burning eyes. He couldn't help sweating. Day after day passed like a year. To Sua Xiaoduo and the others, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that a day passed like years. They had fought so hard in the Tower of Destruction many times. When they came out, they realized that a day and an hour hadn't passed yet. How could a day not pass like years? One day on the outside was equivalent to many months on the inside. It was as if one day was equivalent to 1 year. Finally, on the 5th day, Sua Xiaoduo and the others came out together. It wasn't for fun, but because they were so bored in the Tower of Destruction. Other than Xiang Chong, who refused to come out and wanted to accompany Zhang Shuajuan, everyone else was there. It all started because of what Sua Xiaoduo said. I have something to do tonight. We might have to fight. Upon hearing this, everyone's excitement was off the charts. Hence, they all came out. Everyone seemed to be moving separately, but in fact, Sua Xiaoduo and Sua Xiaoyan were the core. They went out and went straight to the West City. Jin Yunxing, who was praised by Sua Xiaoduo for being decisive and not sloppy, had been in a daze for the past few days. He hadn't gone out for 2 days. Being decisive and not sloppy didn't mean that he wasn't sad or disappointed. This incident had dealt a devastating blow to him. Although he was the one who initiated the breakup, he felt as if his heart was being cut into pieces every moment. No matter how much happiness a relationship had brought, it would also bring about the same amount of hurt. Moreover, the hurt wouldn't come one by one, but would come all at once. Jin Yunqing's current situation was exactly like that. He didn't understand what was wrong with him. I was the one who didn't want her. She was the one who let me down. She cheated on me. Why am I in so much pain when I've taken the initiative to abandon her? Shouldn't I just be bitterly disappointed in her? Because he was just a novice in love, he naturally didn't understand that he had already prepared to spend the rest of his life with that person. He had built a blueprint for their future and was even prepared to devote his life to that person. Once it was over, his entire heart would be empty at that moment. Empty. Not only was he hurt and disappointed, but he was also close to death. It's been 4 days. Why does this room still smell like her? Jin Yunqing muttered to himself. After casually eating a few steamed buns and a piece of pickled vegetables, he prepared to go to work in the afternoon. Just like how the earth wouldn't stop spinning for anyone, no matter how empty his heart was, he still had to live his life. He couldn't give up on his life. There were still many things on his shoulders. He looked at himself in the mirror and laughed self-deprecatingly. Sometimes, I really admire your persistence. You're clearly living a life worse than a dog, but you have to work hard to be like a human. He closed the door and locked it. Jin Yunqing rubbed his face hard. A smile appeared on his face as he prepared to walk out. At this moment, his phone suddenly rang. It was a call from his ex-girlfriend. She wanted to meet him. Jin Yunqing refused. However, the other party called again. She was sincere and couldn't be refused. Even if we've already broken up, the past is still there. I've let you down, so I don't want to ask for your forgiveness. I just want to see you one last time. From now on, we'll go our separate ways. I'm leaving Shangjing tomorrow to return to my hometown. Perhaps this will be the last time we'll see each other in this life. His ex-girlfriend's words were filled with sadness. Jin Yunqing's heart couldn't help but soften. He only felt a sense of emptiness surging in his heart, and he subconsciously agreed. They agreed on a time and place, and when he saw that it was about time, he decided to return to his room. He carefully washed himself and tried his best to make himself clean and neat. He sat quietly in the room for a while. Seeing that it was already past 4 in the afternoon, he slowly walked out of the room. It was better to arrive a little earlier than to arrive late. Just like what his ex-girlfriend had said, perhaps this would be the last meal between the two of them, the last tie between them. Also, he had to treat her to a meal no matter what. This was a man's dignity. Although he didn't have much savings and didn't have a future to look forward to, for the sake of a man's dignity, he had to take it into consideration. Moreover, Jin Yunqing had a thought that he didn't dare to think about and didn't believe. If she sincerely repents, what should I do? Should I forgive her? If so, is it worth believing? He didn't know what he was thinking, but his mind was in a mess. At this moment, it was already 5:30 in the afternoon. Not far from the third prince's residence. In the study of an underground secret room. This secret room was right outside the third prince's residence. A tunnel that was hundreds of meters deep led from the residence to a nearby business district. It was about 20 meters underground in the business district. Now, all the tunnels in the third prince's residence had been filled up. In other words, this place was an isolated place. One could only leave from here and couldn't come back from there. Ever since the two families of the Dao League came to the capital to ask for Jun Changkong's forgiveness, the royal family was furious. Jun Changkong had been running around and didn't dare to return to his home. He had been staying here for more than a month. Every day, he would hide during the day and come out at night. Fortunately, a lot of things had happened in the capital during this period, and the people of the Feng and Yun families hadn't found him yet. Now that the third prince, Jun Changkong, was excited. Are you sure this can activate the power of the heavenly Tao? Opposite him was a person covered in a black robe. He couldn't see what the person looked like, but he was very thin. Your Highness, I'm sure I can activate the power of the heavenly Tao and completely change your luck. Will doing this really allow me to obtain the fortune of the yellow gown? Become the master of destiny? Descend of the true dragon. So that I can subtly influence the goddess of spiritual thoughts and make her fall in love with me? Why do I feel a little scared? Jun Changkong was still a little hesitant. He wasn't stupid. However, he had no choice now. Chapter 12-13. Your Highness, that's not the point. What's important now is an opportunity to turn the tables. Coincidentally, there's such an opportunity right now. The black-robed man's voice was dry as he said, "We can only try our best to fight for this one and only chance. Only then can we turn the tables. Now, what your highness has done in White Mountain City has been known by the Feng and Yun clan of the Dao League. That's why the masters of the Feng and Yun clan are searching for you everywhere. During this time, many of our masters have fallen into their hands. We don't know if they're dead or alive. Moreover, many of your highness' secret clubs and strongholds have been destroyed by the Feng and Yun clan. The situation is precarious. If you fall into their hands, I'm afraid your life will be in danger. The Feng and Yun clan of the Dao League are beyond the scope of the rules and regulations of the world. They won't care about your royal identity. Not to mention that you've offended other people. The royal family has no relatives, so it's natural for them to give up on you. Right now, we have no one to help us. We can only try this legendary method to fight for the last chance. Why should we care about the suspense? What you should be happy about right now is that the royal bloodline flowing in your body can also draw upon the fate of the royal family. As long as you absorb all of the fate of the royal family, you will naturally become the destined son of heaven. The royal family has no relatives, you are the same as others, and you are also the same. At that time, you'll have the fate of the heavens to protect you. Everything can be done easily. Think about that spiritual goddess who has the fate of the phoenix. As long as your highness becomes the destined emperor, you'll naturally be guided by fate. Everything will be just a matter of time. Of course, it doesn't mean that all the plans will succeed after doing this. Your highness, you'll still have to work hard to mediate. It's not going to be done once and for all. The black-robed man spoke with sincerity. He put everything on the table and spoke with great sincerity and detail. The third prince's expression slowly calmed down. Then, he became very excited. If someone told him that he would be able to obtain everything immediately after doing this, and that he would be in control of the world, he would never believe it. However, the black-robed man had also said that this was only a reversal of fortune, and he still needed to work harder. This increased the degree of trust in him. More importantly, the third prince knew very well that he might only have this last chance to reverse the situation in one fell swoop. Everything else, such as the fact that he had no relatives in the royal family, was just a minor detail. The third prince had long understood that, so it was not a problem at all. Let me think about it. The third prince paced back and forth as if he was thinking about something. But in reality, he had already agreed in his heart and was even very excited. Soon after, he asked hypocritically, "If I take in all the luck of the imperial family, will it cause any harm to father and big brother?" The black-robed man sighed and said, "Third prince, this is an inevitable result. Even if a general succeeds, his bones will be piled up like a mountain, let alone the fate of an emperor. At least it won't be life-threatening, right?" The third prince asked. "They were heartless to me, so I can't be unjust to them." Hearing the meaning of his words, the black-robed man couldn't help but despise him in his heart. There were no outsiders here. Who were you trying to show off to? However, he muttered, as long as third prince doesn't have the intention to kill, the retired emperor and the eldest prince will naturally be fine. At most, their luck will be worse than ordinary people. Then I am relieved. The tide of blood fell on the first star on the map. Jun Changkong couldn't help but be surprised. It is really magical. So much blood has poured down, but it still can't be extinguished. Once the arteries of the human body were cut, the blood in the whole body would gush out in a very short time. The amount of blood loss was very shocking. At that moment, Jun Changkong's blood kept gushing out and was absorbed by the first star on the star atlas. Not a single drop fell outside. Although it had only been a short while, at least 1,000 cc of blood had been poured in. However, the first star did not show any signs of extinguishing. Can it be extinguished? Jun Changkong couldn't help but panic. He was also an expert in cultivation. Although his physique was far better than ordinary people, such a large amount of blood loss was no different from the continuous loss of vitality. If this continued, how could he continue? His heart was in a mess. He couldn't calm down. If this expert hadn't saved his life more than once when he was being chased by the Dao League and the Feng family and showed a lot of sincerity to him, Jun Changkong would have doubted the other party's motives. After a while, at least 2 kilograms of blood dripped into the first star. Finally, the first star was extinguished. Only one star was extinguished, but Jun Changkong already felt that his body was a little weak. It was difficult to continue. Understanding the situation was one thing. Witnessing and feeling the loss of so much blood was one thing. Even with Jun Changkong's physique as a returned profound realm cultivator, he couldn't bear it. There were still 14 more star positions waiting for him. There was also the path in the middle that needed to be filled with blood. Could he really complete it? The black-robed man smiled faintly. He didn't mean to urge Jun Changkong. Instead, he waved his hand. The injury on the third prince's wrist suddenly stopped. Cool medicine sprinkled on it. It started to scab at a visible speed. What is the meaning of this? Jun Changkong was puzzled. In his understanding, if the blood traces along the way couldn't be interrupted, then the 15 star positions should be extinguished in one go. How could it be interrupted? We can't let your highness hurt your foundation just to succeed. The black-robed man's voice was hoarse but concerned. As long as one star position is extinguished, your highness can rest for a while. You can take medicine to recover your physical condition. You can also rest for a while to prepare for the next stage. How is it? Does your highness feel more confident? As he spoke, he took out some nourishing treasures and let Jun Changkong eat them. Then, he let him drink 2 mouthfuls of the Heavenly Star holy water. After drinking the Heavenly Star holy water, Jun Changkong clearly felt that his body had recovered almost instantly. He was full of vigor and strength. His blood was surging in his veins. The large amount of blood he had lost just now was completely recovered. He even had some left over. His cultivation also seemed to have improved a little. Good stuff. Really good stuff. Jun Changkong was full of praise. He was born in the royal family. He had reached the return profound realm early on. Whether it was his eyesight or experience, he was extraordinary. He had also enjoyed a lot of treasures. However, the Heavenly Star holy water had such an immediate healing effect. It even had the ability to improve his cultivation. It was really rare. Just as the black-robed man said, he no longer had any concerns about the so-called loss of blood. Then, shall we continue? The black-robed man narrowed his eyes. Of course. Jun Changkong's confidence increased. With so many treasures here, why would he be afraid of losing blood? What a joke. It was more important to finish this quickly. Oh, you shouldn't have stopped me just now. Now that the wound has scabbed, I have to cut it again. Jun Changkong laughed and pretended to complain. In order to make your highness feel more at ease and have more confidence, it was not in vain. The black-robed man smiled and said in a genteel manner. Oh, come on, let's continue. Let's cut it again. Jun Changkong chuckled. The black-robed man said, Your Highness, did you see a flash of yellow light when the stars dimmed? I saw it. This is. Jun Changkong's breathing quickened. This is the yellow gown. But it's still not enough to do anything. The black-robed man's voice was hoarse. There was some meaning in it. Then what are we waiting for? Let's continue. Jun Changkong was completely excited. He took the initiative to pick up the knife and was ready to cut himself. This old man has to ask Your Highness one more thing. You know the consequences. If you continue, there will be no turning back. The black-robed man reminded in a deep voice. The more he reminded, the more arrogant Jun Changkong became. Don't worry. How can I turn back on this road? Good. Your Highness is so bold. The black-robed man simply started to call him Your Highness. Jun Changkong laughed and cut his wrist with the knife. The artery was instantly cut off. It was even more resolute than the previous cut. Blood gushed out again, and a bloody scar spread out. On the other side, Jin Yunxing was already in the business district. This was not a high-end business district. The prices of all the goods were very affordable. Therefore, when he came here to eat, drink, and spend money, it was generally affordable. Moreover, this place was not very far away. It was the third prince's residence, so it was relatively quiet. After all, in the hearts of the commoners, the royal family was still very intimidating. Today's condition is not very good. Moreover, Alliance Master Hong Xiaonyo is drunk. He kept chatting with me and asked me about my comrades in the sunshine. Oh, I'm so annoyed. I wanted to work overtime tonight, but today is a special day, so I can only work 2 shifts. Hong Xiaonyo is a chatterbox. He wasted so many hours of my time. Humph. Chapter 12-14. The two of them agreed to meet at a small restaurant. In fact, this restaurant was not small, and the courtyard was especially big. The owner had divided the courtyard into many small rooms. It was lunchtime, so it was noisy and crowded. Jin Yunxing had been to this restaurant many times before. Every time he enjoyed the food, he would feel the fragrance in his mouth and cheeks. However, this time, he was stunned for a long time in front of the restaurant. The past flashed past his mind, and he didn't know what he was thinking. In the past, he would come here happily with his girlfriend. But today, he was here for a breakup meal. In the past, he was happy and full of expectations for the future. But today, he only had a withered mood. You're here, brother Jin. The waiter was very familiar with Jin Yunxing. Yes, is there a room left? Your girlfriend has already booked it. It's the room in the corner on the right. The room in the corner. Jin Yunxing smiled bitterly. In the past, he would choose the room in the middle every time he came. Looking at the noisy crowd outside, he would feel a little angry. Even if he couldn't book the room in the middle, he wouldn't go to the corner. He would rather choose the hall. But today, he booked the room in the corner. It was indeed a breakup meal. It was so different from the past. What did this mean? Did it mean that he had really walked to the corner? That he had reached the end? Jin Yunxing smiled bitterly. Is she here? Not yet. Okay, then I'll go in and wait for her. Give me a pot of black tea. Jin Yunxing originally wanted to order the green tea that he often drank, but when he was about to say it, he felt that the word green was like an arrow that shot into his heart. He subconsciously changed his words. Okay. Time passed slowly. The sky gradually darkened, and the lanterns were already lit. On the star map in front of the third prince, 7 stars had already extinguished, and 8 stars were left. In other words, it was less than half of the star map. As for the precious medicine known as the Heavenly Star Holy Water, he had already drunk 4 bottles. The black-robed man wasn't in a hurry. He could only wait patiently. Occasionally, he would comfort and advise Jun Changkong to act according to his ability and not be too hasty. Only when one of the stars on the star map dimmed and a yellow light flashed would a flash of light appear in his eyes. It had to be said that this third prince, in addition to being very afraid of death, was also very eager for quick success. Everyone had told him that he didn't need to finish it in one go. After pouring his blood into extinguishing 1 star, he could take a short rest. However, he simply didn't listen. Instead, he was impatient to proceed to the next step. It was probably because of this that he had consumed a lot of Heavenly Star Holy Water just to extinguish 7 stars. The black-robed man didn't expect that the third Prince Jun Changkong would do this because of the Heavenly Star Holy Water's miraculous effects. The 4 times he stopped to consume it, it actually increased his returning profound realm cultivation, which had been stagnant for a long time, by 10%. It was truly an unexpected gain and a great benefit. Therefore, he became more and more convinced of the black-robed man's words. Naturally, he wanted to complete the process of collecting the imperial fortune as soon as possible. What Jun Changkong didn't know was that the black-robed man had gone through a lot of trouble to make such a big move. He opened a hole in the imperial family's chi meridian and extended it here with the formation. He also used a lot of secret medicine to cooperate with the formation. Using the power of the stars, he poured the imperial family's fate into the third prince's body. This series of actions took a lot of effort. If her appearance and figure didn't change after experiencing wealth, and if she added some graceful and luxurious aura, her score would be slightly higher. Facing his girlfriend and that young man, Jin Yunxing didn't feel as restrained as he had imagined. He actually became carefree. Please take a seat. Jin Yunxing said indifferently, I'll be the host for today's meal. I wish you a happy life in the future. When Jin Yunxing saw that his girlfriend had brought this man over, he immediately gave up. However, he also let go of his feelings for him completely. Now that he had completely let go, he became magnanimous. Even though they might not be able to meet again, they should still be friends. Now that he spoke sincerely, he appeared even more graceful. In the cubicle. Li Chenglong sighed and said, She's beautiful and graceful, but she's the root of trouble. The ancients say that a poor man shouldn't marry a beautiful woman. With Jin Yunxing's current situation, he won't be able to hold on to such a girl no matter what. Sui Xiaoyan said indifferently, it all depends on the person. As long as this girl can hold on, Jin Yunxing can. So, the key to this matter is still this girl. Sui Xiao was heart-stirred, and he reached out to hold Sui Xiaoyan's hand. Before Sui Xiao was awakening, even though the situation was slightly different, it was fundamentally no different from Jin Yunxing and the others. At that time, Sui Xiaoyan and he were clearly not from the same world, but Sui Xiaoyan had never wavered. Sensing Sui Xiao's intentions, Sui Xiaoyan smiled. For a moment, she felt warmth in her heart, and she clasped Sui Xiao's hand with her slender fingers. She felt peaceful, happy, and satisfied. Boss, is this kid's luck really that good? Long Yuxing couldn't help but be curious. No matter how he looked at it, Jin Yunxing was just an extremely ordinary cultivator. At most, he was at the Khanate realm. Such a cultivation level was simply too ordinary in the astral souls. Right now, he's in the midst of a bloody disaster. There's no way forward to speak of. However, if he survives this calamity, he'll have good luck. It's hard to say how far he'll go in the future, but his luck will definitely be exuberant. Now that we've intervened, the signs of his good luck are becoming more and more obvious. It's considered a lucky hit that changed the trajectory of his life. Since it's already a lucky hit, we might as well give him a chance. So as Xiao Duo said, perhaps we can let him join our company or Gao Xiao's interest was piqued. From what you've said, this kid is valued by you so much that he's caught your eye. Not necessarily. I just admire his decisiveness and foresight. Sua Xiaoduo smiled. In the end, it's still just a casual move. However, Jin Yunxing has good luck in the future. He'll be of great use. Sua Xiaonian, on the other hand, noticed something else. You have a company. Why don't I know about it? Sua Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong were speechless. Next door. They were also talking about an old and cliched topic. It seems like we're indeed from different worlds. The so-called matching families might be an old rule, but it's not necessarily wrong. It's a good thing to separate as soon as possible, said Jin Yunxing. The dishes were served one after another. Jin Yunxing said indifferently, I don't have much money, so I'm destined not to be able to treat everyone to better food. This is the best I can do. Please don't mind. After all, from today onwards, we'll go our separate ways. Perhaps we won't meet again in this lifetime. I won't say anything resentful, but I can't say more blessings to all of you. Please raise your glass. Jin Yunxing raised his neck and downed the wine in one gulp. I only hope that I, Jin Yunxing, will only eat such a banquet once in my life. The girl opposite him had tears in her eyes. Looking at Jin Yunxing's cold face, the hatred in her eyes grew stronger. She said indifferently, that's not necessarily true. In today's society, materialism is rampant. Jin Yunxing, if you don't change yourself as soon as possible, I'm afraid you'll have to eat such a meal many times. That's my fate as well. Jin Yunxing smiled in a carefree manner and wasn't angry at all. He said indifferently, you don't have to worry about me after today. The girl said, I know you hate me. You hate me for being greedy and ungrateful. After all, you paid for all my expenses when I went to school and learned martial arts. Now that I've abandoned you, you'll definitely hate me. That's human nature, so I don't blame you. Jin Yunxing said, you're wrong. I don't hate you. Actually, I should thank you. After all, you're so beautiful, and you even spent some time with me. I should be very satisfied because I should have known from the very beginning that we're from different worlds. Being able to spend some time with you is already an advantage for me. Many people probably have the same thoughts, right? The girl paused for a moment and said faintly, Jin Yunxing, let me ask you a question. If I wasn't beautiful, would you still support me? Jin Yunxing said indifferently, what's the point of talking about all of that now? But since you've asked, then I'll answer you honestly. I wouldn't. The girl heaved a sigh of relief and said with disdain, so you've only taken a liking to my beauty since the very beginning. Jin Yunxing smiled and nodded, yet he laughed bitterly and hollowly in his heart. Everyone loves beauty, yet it's actually a crime. But when I first met you, you were wearing shabby clothes, your face was sallow and emaciated, your hair was disheveled, and you were eating vegetables in the market. I really don't understand, how could I have taken a fancy to your beauty? I supported your studies, supported your cultivation, and provided for everything you needed in life. A few years later, you finally expressed your gratitude to me, fell in love with me, and wanted to be with me for the rest of your life. After that, our relationship changed, and we became lovers. That's what happened after that. At that time, you were just a little girl who had yet to grow up. What right did you have to talk about beauty? He just watched calmly as the girl he'd raised and protected with his life had finally shed her cocoon and become a butterfly, yet she was about to leave just like that and never see him again. Even though he was unwilling to part with her, there were still some indescribable emotions flowing through his heart. The girl fell silent for a long time before she finally spoke in a hoarse voice. I'm very grateful for your care and support all these years. Please forgive me. I'm just unwilling to accept this. I'm unwilling. I'm more beautiful than most women, yet I have to suffer and suffer with you. Yes, I'm vain. But I can't wait to fight and succeed by your side. Yunxing. I steamed a basket of your favorite meat buns for you before I came. Even if it's... I don't have the face to beg you. I just hope that you can eat a bun in front of me. Perhaps I'll feel that I've repaid you a little. Just as you said, we might not meet again after today. The girl's tears finally fell. All right. Jin Yunxing didn't hesitate at all. He took the steaming hot bag and opened it. There were 6 snow-white buns inside that emitted an alluring fragrance. Jin Yunxing smiled bitterly and said, speaking of which, I was the one who taught you how to make buns back then. The girl said, yes. Jin Yunxing smiled as he picked up a bun and put it into his mouth. The buns are poisonous. Li Chenglong could tell from the next room. He didn't even have to look to guess. You know it's poisonous, but you still ate it. Xiang Bing's eyes widened. You won't die if you don't eat it. If you eat it, you'll poison your kind heart to death, Yu Moyin said coldly. Everyone sighed in unison. In the next room, Jin Yunxing chewed slowly with a smile on his face. Tears streamed down his face as he said softly, perhaps. I'll only eat such delicious buns once in my life. A trace of hesitation flashed through the girl's eyes before she stood up and said, I'm going to the washroom. Wait for me to come back. I'll drink with you tonight. Yes, I'll drink with you tonight. Jin Yunxing smiled faintly as he watched her walk out. Then, he calmly looked at the 3 people opposite him. His smile grew wider. What are you smiling about? I'm smiling. The poison has been administered, and I've eaten it. She left to create an opportunity for you. What are you waiting for? Jin Yunxing asked with a smile. Even if there is an earthquake, my secret room can definitely withstand it. Nothing will happen. The black-robed man was even more worried. The ominous premonition in his heart was getting stronger and stronger. I'm not afraid of an earthquake. I'm afraid that there will be people fighting above. The black-robed man took a deep breath and said, if there is a conflict between the 2 sides, one of them has an earth attribute talent or cultivates an earth attribute martial art. It may lead to a great change. Our plan will be ruined easily. This can't be so coincidental. Jun Chongkong felt incredulous. There are all kinds of strange things in this world. There are a lot of things that can happen. The black-robed man took a deep breath and said, let's speed up and finish it quickly. Don't worry, let's speed up. Okay. At this time, they had already reached the 14th star. There was only 1 star left. The black-robed man felt that the shaking above was getting heavier and heavier. His heart was pounding, and he couldn't calm down. Faster. 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 Suddenly, at this critical moment, there was an earth-shattering explosion. The entire roof of the secret room collapsed. Fuck. The black-robed man cursed. Although it was only 1 word, the meaning behind it was complicated and difficult to explain. The star map that was about to be completed and the blood river that was flowing into a small stream was smashed by the falling roof. Nothing could be seen. This sudden sense of loss, this regret of failing at the last step, anger, and unimaginable, inconceivable, and extreme annoyance in his heart. Countless negative emotions gathered together. There was only 1 word that expressed it most incisively and vividly. On the other side, the third prince let out a blood-curdling scream. He was still bleeding madly, but due to the sudden turn of events, a falling brick smashed into his head. He couldn't help but let out a blood-curdling scream. Boom! The starlight on the black-robed man's body moved freely. He brazenly made a move and lifted the falling brick with his powerful cultivation. Hurry up and bleed. Then, he grabbed Jun Changkong's left hand and chopped it off. Then, he pressed it on the last star on the star chart and poured his blood into it forcefully. Jun Changkong's scream was earth-shattering. You! What are you doing? Having his hand cut off was completely different from losing blood. As an emperor, no matter what, he couldn't be a person with 5 physical forms missing. No matter how much he longed for a beautiful dream, at this moment, he was already certain that the black-robed man harbored evil intentions and had other plans. Who the hell are you? What do you want to do? Jun Changkong screamed miserably. The black-robed man didn't answer. He just grabbed Jun Changkong tightly and sealed all his cultivation. Then, he used his true qi to stimulate Jun Changkong's qi and blood. Blood gushed out from the wound. For a moment, the last star was about to be filled. This was the most extreme and last resort. The world was incomplete, and any formation diagram had flaws and loopholes. It would be best if the formation he had set up could be completed perfectly, but if it couldn't, he could still use the extreme method. He already had 14 stars. As long as the last 15 stars also received enough luck and blood, the formation could still be considered complete, and it could also exert 70 to 80% of its power. It was a great fortune in misfortune. However, when the black-robed man was still rejoicing that the formation could be completed in such a way, he heard a cracking sound. A person fell from the sky and coincidentally stepped on Jun Changkong's left arm. That person not only had the strength to stomp down, but also the sudden imbalance of strength. Lu Li's foot immediately pushed Jun Changkong to the side. It should be known that Jun Changkong's cultivation was sealed at this moment, so he was no different from an ordinary person. He fell to the ground with a bang. That person who fell down ruthlessly stomped on his lower abdomen, creating a big hole in his abdomen. Jun Changkong's body suddenly straightened. His eyes were full of despair. The black-robed man screamed. He saw the guy who suddenly fell from the sky step on Jun Changkong's flesh and blood with one foot. The other foot stepped on the star map that had been destroyed to the point that it couldn't be seen anymore. Bang! The star map was directly smashed into pieces. A mass of light suddenly dissipated. Some of the yellow starlight rushed into the man's body. The star formation was finished. Ah! The black-robed man raised his head and roared. He only felt that his heart had suddenly become hollow at this moment. It was the last moment. It was the last moment. If only he had a few more seconds. Bastard! Ah! The black-robed man went crazy. What kind of bastard are you? Chapter 12:16. If he had gone to the extreme just now and forcibly completed the formation, he could still retain 70 to 80% of its power. But now that the last step had been cut off and the star map had been completely destroyed, the black-robed man had gone mad on the spot. Die! The black-robed man cursed with extreme hatred. His roar was extremely sharp. Then, he slapped him fiercely. This slap was even more ferocious than the previous heaven and earth shattering. With Jin Yunqing's cultivation, he would definitely die under this slap even if there were 100 of him. But at this moment, a blazing flame suddenly appeared, and a huge hammer suddenly appeared in front of the falling person. The black-robed person used all his strength to slap the hammer heavily with the force of a thunderbolt. There was a loud explosion and sparks flew everywhere. The black-robed man screamed in agony. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that his palm strike, which he was so confident in, would actually land on a huge hammer. And indeed, it was a sledgehammer of a strange quality that was beyond what his palm could bear. In an instant, the force of the reverse impact was completely wrong. His wrist was immediately dislocated from the shock, and 2 of his bones were also broken. What kind of hammer is this? The black-robed man roared in anger and disbelief. If it was an ordinary hammer, or even a great hammer that had reached the level of a divine weapon, with his cultivation level, even if he couldn't smash it with his palm, he definitely wouldn't have ended up in such a state. Although he had used less strength, the rebound force was enough to break his bones. This must be a joke. Sua Xiaoduo had been waiting for Jin Yunqing to escape. As long as he escaped, he would meet Granny Greedy Wolf according to his fate. This was the predetermined result that Sua Xiaoduo had seen with his manifestation technique. However, he had never expected that this brat would become hot-blooded and use the mixed effects of the 2 poisons to increase his strength several times. He was fighting with young Master Chen's 2 bodyguards so fiercely. Every step he took was thunderous. The more he fought, the more powerful he became. Sua Xiaoduo was confused. Could it be that there's something wrong with my image technique? This brat's posture clearly showed that he wanted to fight to the death here. This was definitely not a lie. In other words, he had no intention of escaping at all. He was fighting for his life now. He was risking his life. He wanted to drag someone down with him no matter what. This was strange. If you don't run, how am I supposed to find you? Well, not only does this kid have the poisoned soul body, but he also cultivates the earth elemental art. Right now, his warrior heart is unprecedentedly strong, causing his body to circulate faster than ever. Sua Xiaoduo was depressed. The others also looked at Sua Xiaoduo with the same question in their eyes. What's going on? What's going on? Sua Xiaoduo didn't even know what was going on. Suddenly, just when everyone was puzzled, there was an earth-shattering sound, and the room next door collapsed without any warning. The bottom was actually hollow. Sua Xiaoduo's heart suddenly lit up. Following which, his room also started to tilt and collapse. Sua Xiaoduo didn't say anything and jumped down from the room. Jin Yunqing really didn't expect the effect of the poison that his ex-girlfriend gave him to be so intense. She was clearly afraid that he wouldn't die. However, the more potent the poison was, the more it would increase his strength, and the higher it would be. He risked his life and put his life aside. There was only one thought left in his mind: if my life ends today, then one of you must accompany me on the lonely road to the Yellow Springs. Either you have money, or you have power, or you have huge forces. But in the situation where I don't care about anything, I'm equal to you in the face of life and death. Perhaps this will be the only chance for me to be equal to you. So, I won't miss this opportunity. Even if I have to sacrifice my life, I'll make you bleed. Jin Yunqing's vital energy and blood surged violently under such an extreme state of mind, and he seemed like a mad devil. He didn't even know how much the poison had strengthened him, and he just fought madly. Finally, when he put his life on the line and stomped down, it finally collapsed. Jin Yunqing didn't know what was going on at this instant, and the only thing he felt was that he seemed to have stepped on something. For the sake of stabilizing his body and maintaining his combat state, even if the ground had collapsed, he still exerted all his strength to stand firmly at the first possible moment. Only then would he be able to continue fighting. Otherwise, the slightest slip would cause him to be at the mercy of his enemies in such a terrible situation where he was weak. Just now, I seem to have stepped on something. But I don't have to care about these details at this moment. They aren't important. In any case, I'm going to die today, so why should I care? What else is worth paying attention to? But in the next moment, an enormous aura suddenly rose up. It was him. Whether it was in the past or now, he was already the strongest he had ever been in his life. It was an absolute power that was difficult for him to come into contact with. Who was it? Was it a profound returning expert or a fairy? In short, it was a super expert that he had come into contact with, or rather, didn't know. Just as Jin Yunxing was in despair, a huge hammer suddenly appeared out of nowhere and saved him from the fatal hand of an almighty expert. For a moment, Jin Yunxing felt as if he was in a dream. What he didn't know was that he had just stepped on the hand of a profound returning expert and stomped on his stomach. With his cultivation base that had yet to reach the core realm, he could boast about this achievement for the rest of his life. With a loud bang, everything that had collapsed above was instantly cleared away. When he focused his eyes again, he could actually see the night sky outside. The black-robed man roared and shouted angrily, "Who are you?" Sua Xiaoduo didn't say anything and swung his hammer over. It was fine to fight, but why did he have to announce his name? Who set this stupid rule? How much of a waste of time was it? An icy cold aura rose up, a sword came piercingly cold, as if it was responding to Sua Xiaoduo's sledgehammer. It was Sua Xiaonian. Her sword was cold and frosty, and its power was not inferior to Sua Xiaoduo's hammer at all. Li Chenglong and the others also showed up and surrounded the black-robed man from all directions. The secret room was not very big, and it was impenetrable. Yu Moyan was the last to arrive. His sword was dripping with blood. That young master, his 2 bodyguards, and that ungrateful girl had all become ghosts under his sword. Yu Moyan hated such ungrateful people the most. Since he had encountered them, he wouldn't let any of them escape. When the girl saw Yu Moyan, her face was full of fear and she looked pitiful. Unfortunately, she had just begged for mercy when Yu Moyan's sword cut off her head and pierced through her heart. Yu Moyan's thought was simple. Since you have no conscience, I'll just cut it out for you. After all, you won't need it anymore. The black-robed man saw that the situation had changed again. He groaned and mumbled something. Suddenly, starlight shone brightly. The moment the starlight shone on his injured hand, the wound healed instantly. The starlight surged and seemed to have increased his strength. He was able to block the joint attack of Sua Xiaoduo and the others. Even though he still couldn't help but fall into a disadvantageous position, such a battle achievement was already sufficient to shock the world and shock everyone. No one noticed that far away in the sky, a star was shining brightly. Its light shone all around, making the stars around it pale in comparison. It was the Tanlang. With another boom, he slammed his palm on Sua Xiaoduo's hammer again. But this time, it wasn't the black-robed man's arm that was dislocated or broken. Instead, it was Sua Xiaoduo who felt a tremor in his hand and almost lost his grip on the hammer. At this moment, he was so shocked that he couldn't believe it. This is Granny Tanlang. Sua Xiaoduo really couldn't believe it. He had asked Emo Xuani before. Your master, Granny Tanlang, what is her cultivation level? Mid-stage returning mystic. At that time, Emo Xuani said it very confidently and without any doubt. But now, the black-robed man's cultivation level was at the Dao integration pinnacle Dao integration stage. This fact made Sua Xiaoduo suspicious. Hammer after hammer, Sua Xiaoduo shouted, "Greedy wolf granny, you really live up to your reputation." Hearing this, the black-robed man's eyes flashed and he said with a sinister smile, "Sua Xiaoduo is indeed a prodigy of the generation." While laughing sinisterly, he continued to attack fiercely. More than half of his attacks landed on Sua Xiaoduo's body. After fighting for a while, his body shook inexplicably and the starlight suddenly scattered. On the ground, Jun Chongkong propped himself up and said, "Save me." It wasn't that June Changkong was brainless and didn't realize that the black-robed man had ulterior motives. But the black-robed man was his only life-saving straw. With the appearance of Zhou Xiaoduo, Zhou Xiaonian, and the others, and the fact that their cultivation levels were far higher than before, he could only rely on the black-robed man to survive and escape this disaster. He hoped that he was still useful to the black-robed man. Most people didn't want to die, and June Changkong especially didn't want to die. It was better to live a bad life than to die a good death. He wanted to live as long as he could. The black-robed man's eyes flashed fiercely. With a loud roar, starlight shot out from his body like hundreds of sharp arrows. Starlight arrows shrouded the area in all directions. June Changkong, Jin Yunqing, and the others were all within range. As the starlight burst out, Li Chenglong and the rest were unable to dodge in time due to the limited space in the secret chamber. All of them had to use their full strength to defend against it. Everyone felt their bodies trembling. The might of the starlight was something that even Li Chenglong and the rest, who had already reached the sky realm, found difficult to deal with. Fortunately, they were only having a hard time. It wasn't to the extent that they couldn't resist and their lives were in danger. However, June Changkong didn't have this ability. The starlight flashed and exploded on June Changkong's body. One on his head, one on his dantian, one on his chest. In the instant of the explosion, June Changkong's body was blown to pieces by the starlight. Not even his bones were left. If so, what had she been doing all these years? However, this guy's strength was too strong to the point of being ridiculous. Besides, was this granny greedy wolf a man or a woman? After fighting for so long, Zhou Xiaoduo still couldn't figure it out, at the other end of the commercial street, far away from the scene of the incident. In a very secluded place in a slum. The dim starlight suddenly dissipated, and a black-robed man fell from the sky and landed in the courtyard, making an extremely heavy muffled sound, and blood flowed out of his mouth. "Help me. Come." Several figures flashed, and they were all shocked when they saw who it was. They saw a skinny and withered old woman in the black robe. Her face was pale, and she was about to die. How could this be? Several people hurriedly protected the old woman and helped her to heal her wounds. They quickly carried her inside, and someone stood guard outside. Their movements were experienced and clear. In the secret chamber. How could this be? How could she change so much? It's impossible for there to be such an expert in Shangjing City now. How could she be injured like this? It shouldn't be. Granny had activated the starlight of the Star Lord to the maximum, which was comparable to the power of the peak stage of the imitated Dao integration stage. How could she still be so seriously injured? Who on earth is her opponent? How could he be so strong? I'm afraid that the star formation project is most likely doomed. After a long time, Granny Greedy Wolf finally woke up slowly. Under everyone's questioning, she let out a long sigh. We've worked so hard for so long, but in the end, all our efforts were in vain. The star formation project was about to succeed, but it failed. I was forced to kill the third prince, June Changkong. Everyone's face was gloomy. June Changkong's life was not important, but the plan that they had planned for a long time suddenly failed. No one could bear it. The star formation project was so meticulous, and it had already entered the final stage. How could it fail? We've studied it for a long time before deciding on it. Moreover, the will of heaven was involved, and all the top experts of the astral souls were attracted to the front line. There was no providence in Shangjing that could affect this plan at all. How could it fail? Even if there's a variable like the poison of destiny, the aura divination and the astrology show that the poison of destiny only exists in ants. It can't affect one's luck at all, so how could it? Didn't the Star Lord do his best to improve your strength? Why are you so miserable? Granny Greedy Wolf was speechless. I had no choice. I met Zhua Xiaoduo. Fuck. Everyone was speechless. This kind of stall. We had clearly planned it well and didn't have any conflicts with them. We even had a relationship with them. How could we still meet them? Could it be that the will of heaven is playing tricks on us? Not only the astral souls, but also us. I don't know about this either. Everything happened so suddenly that I was caught off guard. Granny Greedy Wolf looked exhausted. This time, my soul has almost been completely shattered. My 3 souls and 7 spirits, the incarnation of the Star Lord, have all been shattered. Please use the starlight pool to help me recover, Granny Greedy Wolf said as she spat out blood from the corner of her mouth. Starlight pool. Everyone sighed. Granny Greedy Wolf's injuries were extremely serious. If she wanted to recover, she would need to use the starlight pool in addition to taking many elixirs. If it were any other day, with Granny Greedy Wolf's status, it would be understandable for her to use it. However, if she rashly used the starlight pool, she would inevitably lose a part of her foundation in this north-south star formation. At the moment of the future battle for Providence, it would definitely be reduced. However, without Granny Greedy Wolf, this star formation would not even be able to function. The Killing and Breaking Wolf 3 stars had to exist before the star formation could exist. If someone was absent from the Killing and Breaking Wolf team, a constellation would fall. Forget it. This is the only way. Another middle-aged man sighed. I didn't expect such a perfect star formation to have a flaw and collapse completely. Everyone's faces were filled with gloomy clouds. They were all lamenting that they had failed in this round that they were bound to win. The top experts of the astral souls were driven away by the will of heaven. It should be the will of heaven. How could it be like this? And that's Zhua Xiaoduo, he was a fucking shit stirrer. Why was he everywhere? What about the star formation map? Did you bring it back? And the 15-star battle aura crystal? Did you bring it back? We clearly felt that the battle aura crystal had formed. Even if there was a flaw and we couldn't bring it back completely, we could at least bring back a part of it, right? Another person asked with a glimmer of hope. It happened so suddenly. I controlled the battle aura crystal and took a risk. I even forced Jun Chongkong to use a large amount of blood essence, hoping to turn the situation around. However, it was just an ant that stepped on me and ruined my plan. Everything was so unbelievable, but it was real. The star formation was destroyed on the spot. Granny Greedy Wolf's eyes were lifeless. Everyone was speechless. Fuck. Not only did they not bring back the battle aura crystal, but they also had to activate the starlight pool. Not only did their plan fail, but they also suffered losses. They had lost so much that they were about to lose their underwear. Everyone said that they had lost so much that they had lost so much that they had lost so much. Those words were true. Everyone looked at Granny Greedy Wolf with a complicated expression. They felt that she had given her the wrong name. She must have given it the wrong name. This was really a huge loss. Damn it. Damn it. This Zhua Xiaoduo. How did he appear there so coincidentally? He has the blessing of dragons. What we did this time doesn't match at all. How did he get there? Even the battle aura crystal doesn't have such a method. After listening to Granny Wolf's explanation, everyone was still puzzled. However, it's useless for others to have the battle aura crystal. No one will even recognize it. We might be able to find a chance to snatch it back. Didn't Granny Wolf say that he forced Jun Changkong's blood essence crystal at the last moment? Although he didn't succeed fully, he might have at least 50 to 60% of the effect. One of them said, with the connection of minds as a guide, it's not difficult to determine the location of the object. The situation might not be irreversible. Snatching something from Shuo Duo. It's easier said than done. He survived the heavenly tribulation safely, and his strength is not what it used to be. Granny Wolf activated the battle aura crystal and was no different from a Dao integration pinnacle stage cultivator. However, he was still defeated and severely injured. Who among us can take it easily? Another person sighed. On the other side, Li Chenglong and the others went out to calm the people outside. Shuo Duo casually touched the tattered star map on the ground, only to find that a few small dots had rolled out. What's this? Shuo Duo picked it up and looked around. There were at most 15 of these little things. 14 of them were dark red, and the last one was slightly ruddy. It was still sparkling like a miniature star. It seems to be quite fun. Shuo Duo took it in his hand and sized it up. Mommy! This is delicious. Bai and Jiu appeared in the form of little dolls. They spun around in Shuo's hand, and the 14 dark red little stars all disappeared. Then, little Jiu stretched out a tender green gourd vine and pinched the remaining glowing one. She picked it up and handed it to Little White. Bai shook its head proudly, indicating that it didn't care. Jiu then gave it to Bai with a fawning expression. Take it. Little White was reserved for a while before it finally opened its mouth and swallowed the last luminous object. It patted its little belly without leaving a trace and turned around proudly before disappearing. Jiu did a somersault in satisfaction and patted its belly before disappearing as well. I'm full. Thank you, Mommy. Chapter 12:18. Could it be that they found nourishment for the two gourds? But what exactly is this nourishment? Can it be replicated? Why didn't I take a closer look just now? Shuo Duo was very surprised. However, since he couldn't figure it out, he stopped thinking about it. It was good to get something. Anything that could catch the eye of Little Black and Bai must be extraordinary. Looking at the tattered star map that had broken into dozens of pieces, Shuo Duo threw a ball of fire at it. The star map immediately burned and turned into ashes in an instant. While Bai and Jiu swallowed the 15 crystals in the secret room of the slums, the 15 people who were discussing the possibility of taking back the Providence crystals, including the heavily injured Granny Tan Lang, all felt a splitting headache at the same time. Their hearts were full of pain. After a while, they all spat out a mouthful of blood. The Providence crystals were refined. At the same time, the 15 of them were dumbfounded. This was really a huge loss. We have to report this to the Lord. A middle-aged man smiled bitterly. The loss this time is really too heavy. Yes, this was no longer a case of going for wool without wool, but a huge loss with no profit. The third party involved in this incident, Jin Yunqing, was in an unprecedented state of confusion. He didn't know what was going on. He was completely disheartened and didn't want to live anymore. The reason why he fought with his life was just that he was a little unwilling to accept the fact that he was the weaker party. Although the 6 buns didn't poison him to death and even increased his strength, they still couldn't be erased. When he ate the 6 buns, his heart was already dead. It was completely poisoned to death. He fought with the determination to die, stubbornly resisting. He didn't know why the ground suddenly caved in. He also didn't know that there was actually another world below. At the moment of the accident, a large group of super experts that were beyond his knowledge jumped out and shouted for a fierce battle. During that time, there were immortals who wanted to kill him. But there were also more powerful people who appeared to save him. And then they fought among themselves, throwing him to the side, completely ignoring him. It seemed like someone wanted to kill him to vent their anger. It seemed like he had ruined some kind of plan. But when did I ever ruin your plans? All I did was fall from above, and I think I stepped on someone twice, and that ruined your plan. How could there be such logic in this world? It was the kind of special effects that could only be seen in movies, but they kept blooming right beside him. Fortunately, the battle didn't last long. A handsome young man walked to his side with a smile and asked, "Jin Yunxing, what are your plans for the future? Do you know me? Where's little you, Jin Yunxing stared blankly outside. Little you, Sua Xiaoduo was stunned for a moment before he remembered that this was the name of his ex-girlfriend. He smiled and said, "He was accidentally injured by the black-robed man just now and is dead. Young Master Chen and his 2 bodyguards were also killed by mistake. What a pity. Another 3 innocent lives met with such misfortune and died." Sua Xiaoduo said with a compassionate expression on his face when he sensed the heavenly secret orders on the 3 of them and the 5 heavenly calamity-fulfilled luck points flowing back into his body. Dead. Dead? Jin Yunxing looked like he was struck by lightning. Yu Moyan walked over with his sword that was still dripping with blood. He pursed his lips and said, "If such a shameless woman doesn't die, are you going to keep her for the new year?" Jin Yunxing lowered his head dejectedly. He was naturally very clearly aware that he didn't know better than anyone else that there was nothing worth remembering about that woman anymore. She was just a venomous woman. She wasn't worthy of his feelings, nor was she worthy of his sincerity in life. In fact, it would be a huge waste to give up even a strand of his hair for such a woman. He understood. He understood this principle better than anyone else. However, how could it be so simple to let go just like that? How could he say that it wasn't worth it and forget it from now on? Could he really forget it? Could he really pretend that nothing had happened? The amount of pain a relationship could bring depended on the amount of happiness it had brought. The 2 were basically the same. Jin Yunxing was heartbroken because of the beautiful memories he had in the past. "Thank you, everyone, for saving my life." Jin Yunxing was visibly dispirited. A rotten aura emanated from his body. He was young, but he was like an old man who had seen through the mortal world and no longer cared about anything. He was filled with the aura of death. Sua Xiaoduo smiled and said, "Brother Jin, you don't look old. Are your parents and family doing well?" Parents and family. Jin Yunqing's body trembled, and his eyes regained some color. "It's fate that we meet today." Sua Xiaoduo said straightforwardly, "Since we're fated to meet, there are some things that I won't avoid. Brother Jin's current situation seems to be a little unsatisfactory. If you want to rely on your own ability to support your family and make your parents proud of you, I'm afraid it won't be easy. You'll need a lot of time to temper yourself." Jin Yunxing laughed bitterly. It wasn't just difficult. That was simply impossible. Even before this matter, he was powerless, let alone now that he was like a walking corpse. "But since you met me, it's a turn for the better. I can give you a chance." Sua Xiaoduo said, "Take this note of mine and go to Beijing's Kaiyun printing factory to look for Boss Zhou. I have a batch of goods there and need a qualified supervisor." When he sees this note, he will immediately arrange for you to be the supervisor. I will pay your salary. As for your salary, let's temporarily set it at 100,000 yuan per year. There will be additional bonuses every month, quarter, half a year, and every year, 100,000 yuan per year? Jin Yunxing suddenly raised his head, and his eyes shone brightly. His current monthly salary was only a little more than 2,000 yuan. It was 3 or 4 times more than that. It was only enough for him to survive in Shangjing and not starve to death. It was impossible for him to become rich. An annual salary of 100,000 yuan. He had never even thought about it. An annual salary of 100,000 yuan. Are you telling the truth? Jin Yunxing asked. Of course it's true. Because there are no more businesses in Shangjing now, the only position I can give you is the supervisor. There will be other positions waiting for you in the future. An annual salary of 100,000 yuan is just the minimum annual salary of my company. In the future, it will be an annual salary of 1 million yuan or even 10 million yuan. So a Xiao Duo turned his head and said, Qiao, arrange for someone to bring Jin Yunxing over to join the company and record him in the company's files. Got it. Gao Qiao smiled. Jin Yunxing, send me a copy of your basic information. Jin Yunxing didn't hesitate and sent it over right away. He knew that a cultivation expert like Sua Xiao Duo would definitely not lie to him about such matters, nor would he use such a trivial matter to play with him. It was because he was not worthy and not qualified. Since he was not worthy and not qualified, then all of this was true. It was really a heaven-sent opportunity. A pie had fallen from the sky. Working hard is the best reward for me. I admire your character and value your character. Remember to use all your hard work today in the future. Sua Xiao Duo patted him on the shoulder. Do your best. Don't disappoint me. Yes, boss. The cleaning was almost done. Everyone left the secret room. The moment they went out, they saw a mess. Jin Yunxing, in particular, looked at the decapitated corpse of his ex-girlfriend, young Master Qin, and the 2 bodyguards. He fell silent for a long time. Finally, he turned around and left. Aren't you going to collect her corpse? After the government is done with it, I'll go and claim her corpse. I'll bring it back and bury it properly. I'll change her into the shabby clothes she was wearing when I picked her up back then. This way. She'll still be the timid, cowardly, but pure and kind girl from back then. All the filth and evil, all the beauty and betrayal. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Jin Yunxing left in a carefree manner. Sua Xiao Duo believed that after the case here came to an end, Jin Yunxing would definitely go and claim the woman's corpse. He would definitely do everything he said. Does he really have such great potential in the future? Is it worth it for you to personally recruit him? Gao Qiao looked at Sua Xiao Duo. Sua Xiao Duo smiled. Actually, potential is secondary. Sua Xiao Duo said softly, I just want to do some good deeds for these people who were betrayed in the end. I want to try my best to maintain some social justice. There's a saying that good people will be rewarded. A good person should be helped by a noble. No one can be a noble, so I'll be the one. It feels good to be a noble. Sua Xiao Duo smiled faintly. This was the first time Gao Qiao saw Sua Xiao Duo like this. She suddenly felt a subtle sense of respect. Sua Xiaonian lowered her head, but a sweet smile appeared on her lips. Such a puppy. She really wanted to give him a kiss. Everyone returned to the camp and continued to cultivate. Through this battle, everyone felt that there was a lot of danger. This was only one of the 15 star sects, but the leader of one of them was already so powerful. So many of them worked together, but they still couldn't stop her. This kind of strength was truly shocking. We're still too weak. Everyone thought so. Even Sua Xiao Duo felt the same way. If this continues, Our chances of winning in this heavenly Tao array are really not high. Let's work overtime and train hard. Sua Xiaoduo made a decision. However, before training hard, Sua Xiaoduo needed to go to a place and find someone. Mo Shuani. He needed to seriously ask Granny Greedy Wolf what was her cultivation. Chapter 12:19. What? You're saying my master's cultivation base has reached the Tao integration stage? How is that possible? Mo Shuani was completely stunned by the news brought to him by Sua Xiaoduo. His eyes were as round as saucers. If his master's cultivation base was at the Tao integration stage, then what was there to worry about in the Stargate competition? One had to realize that Mo Shuani had seen his master lose to the seniors of the other Stargate sects more than once, and he had even been injured in the process at his master's cultivation base. There was no way he was at the Tao integration stage. This was something that Mo Xiani dared to guarantee with his life. Sua Xiaoduo asked a lot of questions, and Mo Shuani answered all of them in detail. In order to be safe, Sua Xiaoduo called Fang Yinuo. What's the cultivation base of your senior sister? My senior sister. That old witch. Nonsense. What's her cultivation base? Returning profound intermediate stage, she's slightly stronger than me by a hair. You really dare to say that? When your senior sister was at the returning profound intermediate stage, you were only at the cloud transformation pinnacle stage. How can you say that she's only a hair stronger than you? Cough cough. Young master, boss. Let me tell you. Ever since I started following you, this little one's cultivation has been steadily increasing. Right now, I'm at the middle stage of the return profound realm. Perhaps, I'm stronger than her by a hair. With her strength, she hasn't moved for a long time. I know that this is definitely because of young master's protection. This little one's loyalty to you is as clear as day. Fuck, you still have the face to talk nonsense. Do you have any sense of shame? Hee, young master is wise and mighty, open and aboveboard, and your subordinates are all elites. How can there be one or two people without any sense of shame? If everyone is open and aboveboard, it doesn't seem too good, right? Someone like me can accompany young master in playing cheap. Fuck off. By the way, how's your assistant doing? Guan Shanha. I'm quite capable. I'm good at management, sales, social relations, and so on. My cultivation has also improved. That's why young master subordinates are all elites. Stop, you have to work harder. I have to take the test when I go back. Sua Xiaoduo understood Fang Yinuo's character very well. She was a typical salted fish. What's more, it was a salted fish that had already been cooked. He wouldn't move if he could. If he didn't give Fang Yinuo enough pressure, it was very likely that Fang Yinuo would sleep until he died. In terms of salted fish, Sua Xiaoduo felt that he was already an expert. He yearned to win his life by lying down, but compared to Fang Yinuo, he paled in comparison and was inferior by more than one level. This fellow was so steady that he didn't move at all. Don't worry, young master. I will definitely work hard, even harder. Also, I just recruited someone today. He's currently carrying a small burden in Shangjing. When you're free, you can come and guide him. This kid still has some potential. Cough cough. Young master, I'm afraid I can't go to Shangjing for the time being. There are too many acquaintances there now. It's bound to be awkward if we meet. What awkward? You're just afraid that those people will beat you to death, right? You're a traitor. I'm abandoning the dark for the light. I'm not afraid of them. It's just that we're old friends. If we really meet, it's not safe no matter how I deal with them. Forget it. You can come back after this. All right, young master. I'll remember that person's contact details. If necessary, I can send him back to Fenghai to report. Didn't you say that he has a mission? Fenghai is our headquarters. It's only right for him to report back. Feng Yinhua had made up her mind. She wouldn't come to Shangjing no matter what. It was too dangerous. Sua Xiaoduo was speechless. Feng Yinhua was so steady and cautious that it had reached the point where all the bacteria in his body were present. After hanging up the phone, Sua Xiaoduo was finally certain. Granny Greedy Wolf's cultivation base was only at the intermediate stage of the mystic returning realm. Even if she had made some progress, she would at most be at the advanced stage. Although the powerful combat strength she had displayed was at the pinnacle stage of the Dao integration stage, it wasn't the true pinnacle stage of the Dao integration stage. No wonder I only sense strength but not power. Even though I'm using brute force to resist brute force, I'm still able to contend with her. If she's really a Dao integration stage cultivator, there's no way she can do this. Sua Xiaoduo was deep in thought. If that's the case, then the situation is much easier to deal with. However, improving my cultivation base and strength is still my top priority. I can't relax in the slightest. On the afternoon of the third day, Jin Yunqing brought 2 people with him to deliver the Tianji orders that had been produced in the past 3 days. A total of 250 million. This number was much higher than Sua Xiaoduo had expected. At this moment, Jin Yunqing seemed to be surrounded by a large entourage. He even brought 2 bodyguards with him. In the past 2 days, Jin Yunqing felt like he was dreaming. He was only a supervisor for young Master Sua and wasn't even an official employee. However, the treatment he received was beyond his wildest dreams. As soon as he arrived at the printing plant, he was treated like a god by the boss. He was just a supervisor. Was he that important? Just as Jin Yunqing was feeling puzzled, someone came to the office of the head of the martial arts department. The first secretary came in person and started a friendly talk with Jin Yunqing in an amiable manner. His attitude was so humble that it was beyond imagination. After that, a few housekeepers from the top 5 families in Shangjing came in person. It was said that they wanted to do some printing business. However, before they could do anything, they all became friends with Jin Yunqing. Furthermore, they were extremely respectful to Jin Yunqing. Their attitude was so good that it made one's hair stand on end. Jin Yunqing was even sure that these people wouldn't be as respectful to the crown prince as they were to him. Why was that? Even though he repeatedly explained that he had just started working and wasn't even considered an official employee, he repeatedly rejected and resolutely refused. But in the end, he still received a lot of gifts in a daze. It was normal for his desk to be piled up with gifts. What was even more outrageous was that those gifts were piled up in a spatial ring. Would you believe such a ridiculous thing if it were you? Spatial ring. Before this, Jin Yunqing had heard of it for a long time. However, he didn't even think about whether he could afford it in this lifetime. Because he definitely couldn't afford it. Moreover, even if he could afford it, with his small body, he would be a source of trouble. He would be coveted by others and would easily bring harm to himself. But now, such a magnificent object had been reduced to a device for storing things. A pile. Even though the purpose of a spatial ring was to store things. After that, the head of the martial arts department asked his secretary to bring over a piece of calligraphy, saying that he had specially written it for him to encourage him. To Jin Yunqing, be neither arrogant nor rash, never forget your original intentions. At the bottom was Minister Ding's signature and seal. It was framed. Needless to say, Just the word fortune alone was enough to become a protective talisman for any official on the continent. As long as there were no major problems, they wouldn't have to worry for the rest of their lives. Furthermore, he didn't even know how the secret of his poisoned soul physique had been exposed. Then he received a lot of poisons. They were arranged in order from the lowest to the highest. Each set had a total of 300 types of poisons. Now, he had more than 30 sets. I need them for cultivation. Why are you being so polite? It's not worth mentioning. It's just a small matter. If Brother Jean is being polite, it'll be a slap in the face. Brother Jean, if you have time, do us the honor of having a drink. That's the best reward for me. Jean Yunqing also asked, why is that? However, these people all said the same thing. Young Masters was said that good people should be rewarded. Brother Jean is a good person. Naturally, there will be benefactors helping you. This is the reward for your kindness. There's no need to be surprised. Jean Yunqing didn't dare to accept any of these resources. In fact, he was scared to death. He was just an employee with an annual salary of 100,000 yuan. He hadn't even been promoted to a full-time employee. However, he received gifts worth more than 1 billion yuan in less than 2 days after he took office. What kind of madness is this? Hence, he called Gao Qiaoer to report. Gao Qiaoer returned the call while she was cultivating. After hearing the news, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, she didn't think much of it. After all, she knew the source of all this. However, she didn't dare to act on her own. Hence, she asked Sua Xiaoduo. Don't worry about it. Just deal with it yourself. Let Jean Yunqing use this time to improve his strength. How could Sua Xiaoduo be interested in such trivial matters? Besides, wasn't one of the reasons why he gave this position to Jean Yunqing was so that he could improve quickly? If he really only needed a supervisor, why would he go through so much trouble? Why would he specially arrange for him to be in Shangjing? Wasn't it so that the resources of these large families could be used to nurture Jean Yunqing to the maximum extent and reach the stage where he could take charge of things as soon as possible? This kind of thing should be carried out by sensible people. He only needed to place Jean Yunqing in a good position. As for how far Jean Yunqing could go in the end, it would depend on him. Young Masters was said that you don't have to hand it over. What others give to you is yours. However, Young Masters Wo also said that the master can show you the way, but the cultivation is up to you. It depends on your strength and ability. How much you can improve during this period is also a test for you. After receiving Gao Qiaoer's reply, Jean Yunqing was dumbfounded. I've become a billionaire just like that. A few days ago, my girlfriend left me for the young master of a family with a net worth of over 100 million. Now, I'm just using the resources I have to exchange for money. It's enough to smash that family to death. If you had known earlier, would you still have left me? Jean Yunqing chuckled miserably. So, this is life. It's really amazing. I've often heard of women who look down on their husbands and make a fuss until the world collapses. In the end, they finally get a divorce or break up. In the end, the day after the divorce, the husband wins the lottery. This is tens of thousands of times better than winning the lottery. Life is like a play. It all depends on who's writing the play for you. Chapter 12:20. Jean Yunqing knew that he had really met a benefactor. He could control the world with a flip of his hand. In the blink of an eye, a person's fate would be completely changed. This kind of opportunity could only be encountered by chance. Everything that had happened to him was because of young Master Zhua. You treat me like a national scholar. What should I do? I don't know anything else. I don't understand. Jin Yunxing picked up a bottle of poison and opened the lid. He sighed softly and murmured, I only know that a gentleman will die for his bosom friend. In the other clans. Have you given him the item? Yes. But Jin Yunxing doesn't seem to dare to accept it. He didn't pay attention this time. He might return it tomorrow. You must make him accept it. Yes. You must build a good relationship with him. Yes. Patriarch, who is this person? There's nothing special about the file. Ordinary is good enough. You don't have to worry about the details. You only need to know that it might not be beneficial for us to build a good relationship with him. However, if you bully him, our clan might be gone. That's the benefit, that's the benefit. Hiss. Similar conversations were taking place in the other clans as well. This included the Yu clan, the Nian clan, and so on. These were all thousand-year-old foxes. Zhua Xiaoduo's intention of letting Jin Yunxing stay in Shangjing so openly was obvious at a glance. Those who were qualified to know Zhua Xiaoduo's identity naturally wouldn't let go of such an opportunity. As for young Master Chen's clan, the patriarch was furious that his son had been killed. He wanted to settle the score with Jin Yunxing, the culprit. If he didn't bring that little bitch to Shangjing, would my son have been charmed? If my son hadn't been charmed, would he have died today? Jin Yunxing has committed a heinous crime. Capture him. I want him to die a horrible death. I want him to regret being born in this world. Then, within 15 minutes after the patriarch of this small clan made his grand declaration, all the businesses related to the clan were investigated. There were no exceptions. Hygiene standards were not up to standard. Seal. Fire safety standards were not up to standard. Seal. Food standards were not up to standard and harmful to health. Seal. Arrest. Tax evasion. Arrest. How dare he commit an illegal act? It turned out that there was a murder case. This was serious. Dig deeper, dig deeper. My God, there are some antiques from the Wu people at home. Betraying the country, the whole family is in jail. After that, this small clan was completely uprooted within a day. After that, someone even sent a copy of the report to Jin Yunxing. Jin Yunxing was completely shocked. What kind of godly development is this? I really didn't want to be so ruthless. Unlike Jin Yunxing, who had risen to the top in a single bound, the Wang family's strength had shrunk again and again during this period of time. The attitude of the upper echelons towards the Wang family had also grown worse and worse. Their malice was practically undisguised. The Wang family's current attitude was to grit their teeth and endure. There was no other way. He could only endure it now. As long as he could get through this period of time, things would take a turn for the better. At that time, if there was a turning point, it would be a good opportunity for the clan to prosper and shine for generations to come. On the contrary, it would be better for them to suffer the calamity of being overthrown. However, it was still better than having their flesh cut with a blunt knife. Every moment was unbearable. Fortunately, they only had less than a month left. However, it was truly very difficult. The Wang family had cancelled almost all of their foreign affairs activities and endured bitterly. However, every once in a while, someone from the military would come knocking on their door. The front lines are tight. As a clan of the God of War, your Wang family's high-end combat strength needs to be transferred to the battlefield to continue the glory of the God of War. In the face of such a request, no matter how hard the Wang family tried, they couldn't reject it. Every time they came, at least 3 to 5 people would be sent to the battlefield. No matter what, they had to give an explanation. However, every time they sent people out, the Wong family felt as if a knife had been gouged out of their hearts. Because the Wong family members who were sent to the battlefield previously had all died in battle. There were no exceptions. Not a single one of them was left behind. In the end, only a notice of death and a jar of ashes were returned. The military repeatedly explained that the military was in the process of verifying the merits. After this period of war was over, they would naturally determine the merits. This statement was also normal. After every war, the compilation of all kinds of achievements, how to give an explanation to the soldiers who died in battle, and how to give an explanation to their families, none of these could be decided in a short period of time. However, the Wong family felt that something was wrong. This was too wrong. When your military merits are verified, will our Wong family still have any? Wong Han could no longer sit still at home. However, he knew that he couldn't act rashly. He couldn't act rashly. He didn't dare to act rashly. He also knew that he had already become the target of public criticism. If he could not act, then he wouldn't. If he did, then he would definitely make a mistake. However, his heart felt as if it was being fried in oil. It really made him unable to eat or sleep in peace. As time passed and the situation continued to worsen, he couldn't help but feel regret in his heart. Logically speaking, at least from Wong Han's point of view, this matter shouldn't have reached such a level. However, what was the reason for this? Why did the Wong family become the target of public criticism? The god of war family's 10,000 years of reputation and monstrous merits actually couldn't suppress the commotion caused by some small characters, a group of ants. If he had known that this would happen, he wouldn't have done it. At this moment, the core members of the Wong family were having a secret meeting in a secret room. Everyone's face was dark and gloomy. Who can tell me what exactly is going on? Up till now, every aspect of the situation is filled with bizarre strangeness. Wong Han's face was filled with confusion. The Yu family, the Nyen family, the 4 great generals' families, and a few ministers should know something. Even the emperor should know something. But the more they know, the more distant they are from us. No, it's more appropriate to say that they are enemies. There must be a key point in this, a key point that we don't know about. And the fatal point that caused us to sink so deeply into the mud and be on the verge of despair should be this key point. But, what exactly is the problem? Even if Yuanyue is Lu Yingfeng's youngest daughter, even if the Lu family is united and won't rest until we are dead, how can a mere Lu family create such a huge commotion? It doesn't make sense. Preposterous. Sort it out properly. Sort it out from the beginning. Wang Zhong sat at the side with his head lowered. A few months ago, he still had a head of thick black hair. Now, both sides of his temples had turned white, and he even looked a little senile. Big brother, there's no need to sort it out. I've always felt that. This time, it should be the minister who made the move. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to create such a huge commotion. Wang Zhong said faintly. What did you say? The minister made the move. Everyone in the Wang family was shocked and they heard this, and their faces all changed color. This was a person's name and a tree's shadow. Just a name alone was enough to intimidate many. As long as you think about it, there's nothing you don't understand. Some things, even if we don't think about it, it doesn't mean that it won't happen. Wasn't the incident at the beginning of the incident caused by Qin Fangyang? When the minister went to the ancestral dragon martial arts festival, he clearly said that Qin Fangyang was his lifelong friend. Wang Zhong sighed. Although the minister didn't personally deal with it, he still found out a few clans. At that time, we thought that it had come to an end, and it was just a warning. Little did we know that it was just the beginning, and there would be more to come. In fact, the minister's attitude was already clear. It's just that we were still holding on to hope and were unwilling to give up. Also, if it wasn't for the minister or the emperor, with the power of our Wang family, we wouldn't have been unable to find out any news until now, right? To be able to keep such a tight lid, how could there be no top forces involved? So many clans know about this. But we don't know anything, and have been kept in the dark all this time. What does this mean? It's just that this level of secrecy. In the entire continent, who can silence the entire continent with just one sentence? Until now, our Wang family can't even find out the truth even if we want to. What does this mean? Wang Zhong sighed and said, "Big brother, I said before that this Xiao duo might have something to do with the minister. You didn't believe me, and listed all the evidence, and insisted on your original intention. That's why we fell deeper and deeper. Now, even though we still can't find out anything, but all of this. Isn't it more obvious?" Wang Han's face suddenly drained of blood. "No. This is impossible. Don't talk nonsense." "I'm not talking nonsense. This is the truth." Wang Zhong raised his head, revealing a dead look in his eyes. Just 2 nights ago, Xiao duo and the others got into a big fight in the business district. Although we don't know who the opponent was, after that incident, Xiao duo and the others just left. After that incident, there was nothing to do with Xiao duo at all. Naturally, there would be someone to clean up the mess. Is this normal? After causing such a big commotion, there was no investigation, and no one questioned. Is this normal? Even if he's a prince. After such a thing happened, even if others don't investigate, His Majesty should at least ask, right? However, Xiaoduo's side had sunk a large area of land, and no one asked about it. Is this normal? Wang Zhong sneered, "If this isn't enough, then I have more." "What else?" Just that night, after Xiaoduo finished causing trouble, he recruited an employee called Jinyunxing. Wang Zhong smiled bitterly. He's just a little ant with a Xiantian cultivation. Xiaoduo appointed this guy as his supervisor. He's in charge of supervising the sales of a printing factory, and his annual salary is 100,000 yuan. Everything seems normal, right? But since 2 days ago, this Jin Yunxing suddenly became very popular. Minister Ding personally wrote a calligraphy piece, framed it, and sent it over. He said it was a gift, but it was also a warning or a warning. The content was, "Don't be arrogant and don't forget your original intention." The meaning is very clear, isn't it? Don't let down Xiaoduo's hopes. Just this kind of thing. A supervisor of a Zhao's printing factory was personally inscribed by the Minister of State Martial Arts. Is this normal? How could he be saved? There's no need to investigate this anymore. We can't find anything. Now, in the entire Astral Soul's mainland, the entire country, and the high-ranking aristocratic families, only the Wang clan knows about this. Wang Han took a deep breath. After a long time, he took out his phone and said, "I'll make a call." He dialed a number. Beep beep beep. The call went through, but no one picked up. Wang Han sighed. Then, he changed to another person and made the call. When it came to the third call, it rang 5 or 6 times before it was picked up. The voice on the other side of the phone sounded a little high and mighty. Patriarch Wang of the God of War clan, how come you have the time to call me? What an honor. Butler Nian, how have you been? Wang Han coughed dryly. It's all thanks to you. Fortunately, my surname isn't Wang, and I'm living quite peacefully. I don't have to worry about not being able to sleep. Everyone's face was filled with extreme anger. Back then, the clan of this chief steward of the Nian clan had encountered a calamity. The Wang clan had extended a helping hand and helped him escape. To the Wang clan, this was a simple matter, but to this person, it was a life-saving grace. It could be said to be a great favor. Now that the Wang clan was in trouble, they had to ask for help. However, they never expected this person to speak in such a way, mocking and gloating over their misfortune. However, Wang Han wasn't angry at all. He knew that this was the most normal thing to do. This was human nature. In this society, when was there such a thing as human kindness? If you had power and influence, you would naturally have human kindness. However, if these people didn't hit you when you were down, didn't beat you when you were down, didn't humiliate your high and mighty female family members for pleasure, it was already a great favor. As for providing timely help, there might be some, but most of them would only be, When a person who had never risen up was in trouble, as long as this person had talent and potential, there might be people who would provide timely help. However, when a family that was at its peak was in decline, very few people would provide timely help. There would only be people who would kick a man who was down. This is probably the world of mortals. Wang Zhong sighed faintly. Wang Han's face was filled with a warm smile as he said in a fawning tone, "Why do you say that, Brother Nian? I'm calling you today because I'm at my wit's end. Brother Nian, please enlighten me with a sentence." There was a moment of silence on the other side before he said, "The Wang family has been a family for many generations. Our achievements are unparalleled, and we're awe-inspiring. The glory of the God of War will bring glory to the future generations. Saying that we're at our wit's end is too much of an exaggeration. Brother Nian, a straightforward person doesn't resort to insinuations. Our Wang family has suffered a great loss this time. The possibility of us making a comeback is less than 30%, Wang Han said calmly. Brother Nian, it doesn't matter if the Wang family still exists or not. The ownership of the Nian families for mansions outside the city and the 2 skyscrapers in the city will always belong to you. 4 mansions and 2 skyscrapers. Wang Han said, Brother Nian, you should know that these are all properties that aren't registered. With just a word from me, it can be done immediately. What we lack now is also a word from you, Brother Nian. On the other side, Butler Nian's voice was deep for a moment before he said, Master Wang, please speak your mind. I can't be away from my post for too long. Everyone was speechless. Can't be away from your post for too long. You're the butler who's second only to one and above everyone else. It was obvious that he didn't want this call to last too long. I won't say anything else. I just want to know where our Wang family died this time. Wang Han asked in a deep voice. How would I know where your Wang family died? Butler Nian said. Wang Han said sadly, I know even if you don't tell me. Why are you still asking if you know? How could you ask such a small person like me? Butler Nian, do you really think that you can hide the relationship between Zhuo Xiaoduo and the minister from me forever? Wang Han laughed bitterly and said, This matter has been hidden from everyone in the world. Our Wang family has finally died because of this. Although he was just trying to get information out of Butler Nian, his words were full of certainty. His tone was resolute and decisive, without a trace of hesitation. Butler Nian was silent for a moment before he said, Since all of you know, you should understand that your Wang family didn't die in vain this time. 30% chance of making a comeback. Does the Wang family always overestimate themselves? Not even half. Everyone in the Wang family felt their hearts sink. This sentence was too obvious. Wang Han choked for a moment. Then, he said with grief and indignation, although we brought this upon ourselves, the minister is too protective of us this time. Butler Nian smiled faintly and said, Master Wang, so you were tricking me. So you didn't know anything. Wang Han stared blankly for a moment before replying, where did this come from? Master Wang, you tricked me into saying something. You've wiped away the karma of the past. The future is long. Take care of yourself. From now on, I won't use this number anymore. I'm just a servant. How can I take over your 4 mansions and 2 skyscrapers? The world is long. Take care of yourselves. Slap. The call ended. Wang Han frowned. Wang Zhong's expression became even more gloomy. What do you mean? The other Wang family members asked in confusion. Why do you suddenly realize that we don't know anything? Wang Zhong's face was pale. He was on the verge of collapsing. What's wrong? What did you think? Wang Han asked anxiously. Big brother. The Wang family is really finished this time. Wang Zhong muttered, this is worse than the worst situation I imagined. Where did this come from? Wang Han's voice trembled uncontrollably. He could vaguely guess, but he still couldn't believe it. Mr. Nian said that since you knew, you should know that the Wang family didn't die in vain. Wang Zhong's face was pale. He said, then, big brother, you said that the minister was too protective. Mr. Nian immediately knew that you didn't know anything. What this means is unimaginable. What do you mean? Because the old man's protective behavior can only be unreasonable under 2 circumstances. Wang Zhong said with a trembling voice, first, you hurt his favorite son. Second, you hurt his favorite grandson. Apart from these 2 relationships, the others aren't that serious. Chapter 12:22. Wang Zhong's teeth were chattering as he said, this means that Zhou Xiaoduo is either the minister's son or the minister's grandson. Because in addition to these 2 kinds of relationships, in terms of familial ties, great-grandchildren and the like are not enough for the old man to value them so much. If it wasn't his son, then it was his grandson. The moment he said this, the minds of everyone at the foot of the Wang clan's mountain went blank. The most serious consequence they had thought of was that Zhou Xiaoduo was the minister's clansman. But they had never dared to extend the relationship to the minister's son or grandson. But now, my Wang clan is doomed. Make a comeback. That's impossible. Wang Han looked up to the sky and sighed, tears streaming down his face. Who would have thought that the Wang clan had schemed for a long time, and had painstakingly planned for this? They had mobilized all their resources, mobilized all their financial resources, mobilized all their experts who had been hidden for thousands of years, and even committed many taboo crimes. They had spared no effort to plan this scheme, and it had actually been planned out by the sky inspecting minister. If only they had known a little beforehand. Wang Han would have definitely stopped the plan immediately, and the whole family would have knelt in front of the minister's door. But now, it was all too late. Qin Fangyang was already dead. He Yuanyua's grave had already been dug up. Zhou Xiaoduo had already been assassinated several times. The irreconcilable blood feud had already been formed, and it had already reached a point where it could not be resolved no matter what. The minister did not come forward to condemn the Wang clan, and he had already given enough face to the deceased god of war. But for everyone in the Wang clan, the sky had already darkened. They were originally full of confidence, but they suddenly realized that they had provoked someone they could not afford to provoke. In this world, what could be more fucked up and more hopeless than this? All of you, leave. Wang Zhong, you stay. Wang Han slumped into his chair and waved his hand weakly. The others walked out like walking corpses. Their faces were filled with deep despair. What should we do? Wang Han turned his neck weakly and looked at Wang Zhong. Brother. You have the most ideas. You. Make a decision. Is there any way to turn this around? There's no room for negotiation, there's no room for negotiation. Wang Zhong laughed bitterly. Unless. Unless what? Wang Han asked anxiously. Unless Qin Fangyang comes back to life and finds out that He Yuan's grave hasn't been dug up at all. Then, the entire family will go to the Heavenly King of the Right and ask him to bring them to the minister's seat to beg for forgiveness. They will also have to hand over all the people involved and send all the high-level cultivators of the Wang clan to the front lines to atone for their sins. After the minister gives his consent, the Wang clan will have to give up all of its clan's assets to Zhou Xiaoduo. If Zhou Xiaoduo is willing to accept it, the Wang clan will still have a chance to survive. Wang Han sat down on the chair with a pale face. This was simply impossible to fulfill, especially the first two requirements. Resurrecting the dead and restoring the destroyed tomb. I think we can work harder. At least in my opinion, there is still room for improvement. Wang Zhong exhaled softly. Big brother, do you still remember the flower you obtained from He Yuan's grave? Wang Han narrowed his eyes. That red spider lily. Not bad. You mean find someone to send it back and some other treasures. Let's see if Zhou Xiaoduo will accept it. Wang Zhong said, this will be a signal for the future of the Wang clan. That's not a problem. The red spider lily was a rare treasure. It was said that those who ate the red spider lily could recover the memories of their previous life. It was a rare treasure. Especially for powerful cultivators, if an accident happened during the reincarnation process, the red spider lily could be said to be the only divine medicine that could solve this problem. The Wang clan was pleasantly surprised to find the red spider lily on He Yuan's grave. They reported it to Wang Han immediately. Wang Han was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth for a few days. He felt that the Wang clan was indeed blessed by the heavens. They went out to dig up a grave and found such a treasure. Now, the treasure in their hands had to be taken out. After all, no matter how precious it was nothing compared to the life and death of the entire clan. Wang Han immediately began to make arrangements. The red spider lily appeared in front of He Yuan's grave not long ago. Zhou Xiaoduo may not know about this. When the time comes, we will act according to the circumstances. If he doesn't know, it will be our goodwill and sincerity. If he knows, we will return it to its rightful owner and also show our goodwill. Let's see if we can negotiate with Zhou Xiaoduo. As long as we are humble enough and hand over the gravediggers, and someone will take responsibility. Even if we have to sacrifice a few lives, this matter. We have to try. Second brother, do you think he will accept it? There is a high possibility that he won't accept it, and the lives of those who go will be in danger. Ah, doesn't that mean there is no room for negotiation? We still have to go. This is the only chance that the Wang clan has. Giving it a try is better than not giving it a try. Zhou Xiaoduo may be a relative of the minister, but based on his past actions, he has always respected the soldiers who protect the mainland. No matter how hostile he is to our Wang clan, he still has to give face to Grand Elder Jinghong. Okay. Yes, we have to create as much momentum as possible. As for face and whatnot, we can't afford it now. I understand. That afternoon, the Wong clan issued an apology to Zhuo Duo. The radio stations and other television stations were all bought by the Wong clan at a high price. At the same time, they created a momentum to send a peerless treasure to young Master Zhuo. This was to express the Wong clan's deep apology and remorse. This matter was made known to everyone in an extremely short period of time. When Zhuo Duo and the others came out to rest, they happened to see this news. Looks like the Wong clan knows who you are, boss. They want to express their goodwill and beg for mercy. Li Chenglong snickered. Long Yuxing scratched his head and said, Zhuo's identity. What is Zhuo's identity? Li Chenglong sighed and said, damn, you still haven't figured it out. Long Yuxing shook his head blankly. Then, he turned his head to look at Wan Lixio. Wan Lixio coughed and said, I only have a rough guess. I didn't tell you before I confirmed it. Yu Moyan and Li Zhongming also shook their heads. Their faces were full of confusion. Obviously, they didn't know what Li Chenglong and Wan Lixio were talking about. Gao Qiao, Zhen Piapiao and the others face-bombed and were speechless. The three of you don't know. Li Chenglong then realized that Pai Yibao was also shaking his head. He couldn't help but be stunned. If Pai Yibao didn't shake his head, he would have forgotten about Pai Yibao again. Well, why did I say again? Even so, when he saw this shaking head, he actually thought for a while. Baby. Your invisible great technique. Has it reached the level of perfection? Don't call me baby. Pai Yibao's face was distorted and he roared angrily. Bao. No. Xiao Bao. Li Chenglong, do you really want to bully me? Do you really think that you are the number one person after Zhuo? Even if you are, you can't bully me like this. Pai Yibao was so angry that his face was red. He was already speaking incoherently. He was a man, but he was being called baby. Bao, It was really too embarrassing. Ha ha ha. Everyone was swaying back and forth. No one stepped forward to smooth things over. All right. You guys don't know. You didn't guess it. You didn't guess, or you didn't want to guess. Li Chenglong laughed and asked. Nonsense. If we could guess it, why would we ask you? To show that you are smart. Li Chenglong nodded. Then, you guys can continue to hold it in. We are very smart, smarter than all of you. We are smart, we have foresight, and we are proud. He actually stopped explaining and started to talk about the matter. Long Yuxing and the others were furious. It was as if their mouths were filled with something that they couldn't swallow or spit out. So you've been talking for so long just to play with us? Boss, what do you say? What else can I say? Zhuo Duo said. Since they have shown such great sincerity, we have to meet them. When the time comes, listen to my orders and act according to my mood. Everyone's spirits were lifted at once. With the Wong clan's actions, Zhuoxiaoyan's courtyard became the focus of everyone's attention. Everyone's attention was focused on the courtyard. Naturally, they wanted to see how the legendary young Master Zhuo would deal with this matter. Under everyone's gaze, the four Skysoar realm experts of the Wong clan, led by the third brother of the Wong clan head, Wang Yi, came to the courtyard. The Wong clan doesn't have anything to offer. We only have a stalk of heavenly wonder grass that we obtained by chance some time ago. We are giving it to young Master Zhuo as a token of our sincerity. Wang Yi finally saw the real person and heaved a sigh of relief. He felt that he had completed half of his mission. At least, Zhuo Duo was willing to meet him. As long as there was something to talk about, anything could be discussed. Li Chenglong and the others didn't know what was going on. Only Swiss Xiaoduo was stunned when he saw the beautiful Permitha flower swaying in the wind. That was the Permitha flower in front of Grandma He's grave. What was the Wang clan doing? Were they trying to provoke him? Adding fuel to the fire? Swiss Xiaoduo's thoughts had wronged the Wang clan. The Wang clan really didn't have such intentions. They believed that they had already given a sufficient signal. We admit our mistake. We even took the initiative to return such a rare treasure like the Permitha flower. Young Master Zhua, what else do you need? What else do you need to appease your anger? We will accept everything without any hesitation. By returning the Permitha flower, we are admitting our mistake. No matter what you say, we will accept everything. Otherwise, we wouldn't have sent the Permitha flower. If Li Chenglong knew the origin of the Permitha flower, he might be able to see through the Wang clan's intentions. Unfortunately, the Wang clan was facing Zhua Xiaoduo, the young Master Zhua who didn't walk the normal path. Young Master Zhua's way of thinking had always been different from others. Therefore, the moment he saw the Permitha flower, Zhua Xiaoduo's face turned gloomy. Chapter 12:23. There's a way. Wang Yi was overjoyed when he saw Zhua Xiaoduo's expression. It seemed like Zhua Xiaoduo recognized the flower. He could get straight to the point. Young Master Zhua. Get out. Zhua Xiaoduo said rudely. Ha! Wang Yi was confused. What was going on? Your Wang clan and I are already irreconcilable. As the saying goes, those who walk different paths cannot make plans together. You don't need to give me any gifts. I won't accept them. Zhua Xiaoduo slammed the table angrily. Send them out. Hearing Zhua Xiaoduo's order, Long Yuxing, Li Chenglong, Li Zhangming, Yu Moyan, Xiang Chong, and the rest immediately charged forward like wolves and tigers, chasing the 5 Wang family members out of the door. Zhua Xiaoduo said that they should act according to his signal. Now, they didn't need to act according to his signal. They had to act. Li Chenglong was stunned. He looked at Zhua Xiaoduo. You don't want it. Zhua Xiaoduo gave him a look. I told you to act according to my signal. Don't worry about it. I have my own plans. I'll bring you guys to have fun. Li Chenglong beamed. More fun. Zhua Xiaoduo. Of course. Under the pushing and shoving of Long Yuxing and the others, the 5 people from the Wang family were directly pushed out of the door. The door closed in front of them. The 5 Wang family members looked at each other. What should they do? They didn't accept it and even chased them out. The other party's attitude was obvious. They were going to fight to the death. As for easing their relationship, what was there to talk about? Wang Yi had no choice but to lead his men back with their heads and faces covered in dirt. However, he was somewhat glad in his heart. Luckily, they made a big fuss this time. Otherwise, the 5 of them would have been in danger. This Zhua Xiaoduo had no intention of reconciling. There were so many pairs of eyes staring at them. They were chased out of the door just like that. The Wang family had lost all face. His face, which had already been stepped on, sank further into the ground. But the situation was stronger than the person, so what could he do? He could only walk back with his face covered in dirt. On the way back, Wang Yi only felt that his face was burning and his back was itching. He felt as if countless eyes were staring at his spine, and countless people were pointing and mocking him. Wang Yi instinctively quickened his pace and did not dare to raise his head for a long time. Seeing that they were about to reach the Wang family's residence, after turning around this street and passing through the business district in front, they would arrive at the Wang family's old residence. Wang Yi finally let out a sigh of relief. He didn't want to be humiliated a second time. He had already licked his face and tried to suck up to her cold butt, but he still hadn't managed to do so. This was too disgusting. But at this moment, suddenly, an indescribable aura descended from the sky, lofty and majestic. A dozen or so people landed in front of him. They were all dressed in black and had their faces covered. No matter how one looked at them, they did not fit in with the current atmosphere. The leader shouted, "This is a robbery. Leave all your valuables behind and I'll spare your life. This is a robbery." The other dozen or so people shouted in unison. There was no fear in their voices, instead, there was some excitement. At this moment, Wang Yi was so shocked that he didn't know what to say or where he was. What kind of robbery is this? This is Shangjing City, right in front of the Imperial City, right under the feet of the Emperor. In broad daylight, in the middle of a bustling city. Robbery? Could you guys be any more ridiculous? What's more, even if you covered your face and came to rob me, with that layer of cloth, you might not be able to change your voice a little. I just spoke to you, do you think I don't know that you're Xiao Duo? You should at least change your voice and figure. The preparation for this robbery is too careless, isn't it? Left. Wang Yi had just said a sentence, or rather, a word, but he immediately felt the aura of the 14 people opposite him. They had already started to move and greeted him. All kinds of weapons, all kinds of auras, all kinds of mysterious skills. Fell neatly. Some were hot, some were cold, some were gloomy, some were tyrannical, some were murderous. That this group of people shouted as they attacked, "We are the handsome bandit team of the north. Today, we are here to do some small business. If you know what's good for you, don't move. We, the handsome bandit team, will never kill the innocent. Only those who resist stubbornly will be killed and not buried. The 5 fat lambs in front, if you know what's good for you, quickly hand over your valuables. This road was opened by me, this tree was planted by me. We, the handsome bandit team, have always abhorred evil. We enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and rob the rich to help the poor. Hand over your valuables." Ow, ow. Wang Yi became more and more speechless. You didn't want it when I gave it to you before. You just turned around and you came to rob with your face covered. Can you be more shameless? What a handsome bandit team. Can't you guys have some moral integrity? We wanted to hand it over, but we didn't expect to resist stubbornly. But the problem now was that you didn't give us a chance. Before we could hand it over, the other party's weapons had already smashed over with earth-shattering force. The first thing that came over was the most frightening. It was a pair of big hammers that were enough to scare people to death. Buzzing sound. One hammer flipped into the sky, and the other hammer seemed to turn the earth upside down. Mixed with an appalling force, it fell down violently. It was mixed with a thunderous roar. The handsome bandit team is out to do business. Idlers, back off. We. Gee. Wang Han only felt an unprecedented crisis in his face. For a moment, his soul was in turmoil. He desperately roared, wanting to compromise, wanting to admit defeat. But before he could shout out the word, "hand over," a long arrow had already pierced through his mouth and went straight to the back of his head. The abundant force brought his whole body up and then ruthlessly nailed him to the hard ground of the Imperial City Street. On the ground, a pool of blood quickly spread out. Wang Yi's eyes were wide open. His eyes lost their light, but he still looked at a certain place in the sky in disbelief. High up. Pai Yibao's figure flashed. He was brazenly shooting arrows from high up in the sky. There were clearly countless experts in the surroundings, and they weren't Xiaoduo's group, but no one noticed it. It was only when Wang Yi was shot dead that everyone woke up and looked up, but the high up in the sky was already empty. This wasn't a deliberate act of keeping one eye open or closing one eye, but rather, no one noticed it. It was truly inconceivable. Below, Xiaoduo brazenly smashed down with his hammer. With a buzzing sound, followed by a puff sound, it was as if he had smashed a ripe watermelon. A wave of blood was smashed out. One of the Wang clan Skysoar realm experts who came with Wang Yi was actually unable to resist. His entire body was smashed from head to toe, and his mangled flesh and blood fell to the ground, turning into an oval-shaped meat patty. The one with the ring on his arm was intact. The other person beside him was completely frozen, turning into an ice sculpture. As the sword light flashed, with a crashing sound, ice shards scattered all over the ground, forming a sparkling and translucent pile on the ground. The third person's body was pierced by 6 different weapons one after another. Then, Xiang Chang's overlord halberd smashed down from the sky, directly smashing his head. The fourth person struggled to take a step forward, but a sword was already coming at him. It was the Azure Dragon's sacred sword. He tried to block it, but his weapon shattered. Long Yuxing's sword of might had already split open his face. Gao Qiao Zhen Piapiao, and Du Guyen didn't even have time to attack. Unable to stop the momentum, they unwillingly slashed at the corpse twice. Don't destroy the ring. Xiaoduo moved like lightning. With swift movements, he cleaned up the interspatial ring and other equipment. Then, he shouted, "Hurry up! Retreat! Every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. We're the handsome bandit team from the north. We'll uphold justice on behalf of the heavens and rob the rich to help the poor. Today, we've robbed a few fat lambs. Don't implicate the innocent. Go back and check. If there's something missing, we'll rob them. Don't be so stubborn. Let's go." Then, the black-clothed members of the Northern Handsome Bandit gang leaped up one after another, and with a whistling sound, they instantly disappeared without a trace. Only the bloodstains on the ground were left. Countless experts who were secretly paying attention to the situation were in an uproar. Just like that, the third master of the Wang clan, along with 4 Skysoar realm experts, was killed on the ground in front of everyone's eyes. From start to finish, it took less than 20 breaths of time. If one didn't count the wrangling at the beginning and end, it would only take a dozen breaths of time. Although this kind of vendetta battle was common in today's society, and there were martial artists fighting on the streets, this was the first time someone had committed such a crime in front of the imperial city. Furthermore, the person who was killed was a high-ranking member of the War God clan, which was even more unusual. Countless years before this, people from the Wang clan had always been chasing people and fighting. Today, a member of the Wang clan was killed on the street. It was truly refreshing and satisfying. Although the countless spectators didn't say anything, they were all cheering in their hearts. This is too satisfying. Even your Wang clan has such a day. On the other hand, the experts hiding in the dark felt their hearts shiver. They released their divine senses to observe the situation, but for some reason, the divine senses they released were alternating between hot and cold. When it was hot, it felt like it would melt, and when it was cold, it felt like it would freeze. It was just that after watching this great battle, everyone felt like their heads were about to split open. Their divine senses felt like they had caught a cold that only these people could truly understand, that the people who were killed were all Skysoar realm experts. This was even more inconceivable. Skysoar. A group of Skysoar realm experts were chopped up like vegetables without any strength to fight back. This handsome bandit team from the north is too powerful. Handsome bandit team from the north. What a ridiculous name. I wonder who came up with it. That person doesn't have any moral integrity at all. Even if you're doing it half-heartedly, at least do it half-heartedly. The street was completely silent. Blood flowed noiselessly. The entire area where the incident happened was as quiet as a ghost town. Nobody dared to go over. The security team, Star Shield, and the people from the city guard office waited for the handsome bandit team to disappear for a while before they arrived. What happened? Killing people on the street. How audacious. Who did it? Who did it? Handsome bandit team. Investigate. Check it out. Where did this handsome bandit team come from? Investigate thoroughly. Chapter 12:24. A group of professionals began to investigate the scene. After a round of investigation, they announced that 5 experts of the Wong clan had been attacked by bandits and died. The bandits had killed and robbed. They were extremely vicious and arrogant, and their methods of committing crimes were even more brutal. The nature of this case was extremely bad. They had already reported it to the higher-ups, and they were ready to mobilize manpower to surround and annihilate the handsome northern bandit gang. At the same time, they were to gather all information about the handsome northern bandit gang. They could not let the bandits get away with it. Once there was news, they would immediately attack and arrest them. It was better to let them go unpunished than to let them go. In addition, this case was no small matter. It needed to be carefully investigated to make sure that there were no hidden secrets, no grudges, and no other social relationships. Why did this happen? The so-called robbery was too one-sided and not convincing enough. Then, there must be another real reason. Wait. The coroner team soon arrived and carefully examined the corpses. Their work was meticulous and serious. Soon, people from the Wong clan also arrived. Looking at the tragic scene, the Wong clan manager's face was so gloomy that it was almost dripping water. This was clearly a planned assassination. There's no need to investigate the murderer. This is obvious. Oh. Steward of the Wong clan, since you have already said so, compared to the suspect, who do you think is the suspect? The murderer is. Before the Wong clan manager could finish his sentence, he was already speechless. Who was the murderer? The son of the Sky Patrol minister? Not to mention whether anyone would believe him or dare to believe him, he did not dare to say it. He could only mutter, "We're innocent. Our Wong clan members died unjustly. I know. Innocent people died just like that. It must be hard to accept. We will investigate properly and solve the case as soon as possible to give justice to the deceased. Don't worry, justice may be late, but it will definitely not be absent. The corpses of the deceased. Bring them back first. We have already finished investigating the surroundings of the crime scene. We can collect the corpses now. After all, the deceased should be buried in peace. Hurry up and send them to the ancestral grave." When the people from the Wong clan heard this, their faces all darkened, as if they had been stabbed in the back again. Ancestral grave. What ancestral grave do we have now? It had long collapsed. This case will be handled as such for the time being. After I return, I will immediately report to my superiors and let them decide how to apprehend the culprit. Steward Wong, do you have any other opinions or suggestions? If you have any suspects, remember to tell me. Suggestions. Suspect. Let me tell you. The members of the Wong family felt as though they could go crazy at any moment. Not to mention that this was the first time the Wong clan had suffered a loss in broad daylight, even in the entire Shangjing city, this was an unprecedented rare occurrence. The Wang family. Despicable. Shameless. Shameless. How dare this was Xiaoduo claimed to be a descendant of the minister. He actually used such a despicable method. Wang Han angrily smashed the entire study. Such shameless methods, where is your face, where is your decency? Brother, please calm down. Wang Zhong calmly advised. You must not lose your composure now. If you lose your composure, then our Wang family really has no hope. You've gone too far, you've gone too far. Wang Han's face was twitching with anger. His entire body was trembling so much that it changed shape. After a long time, he finally calmed down under Wang Zhong's reassurance. What a disgrace, what a disgrace. Second brother, that's Wu Xiaoduo, who can be said to be the descendant of the most prestigious family in the continent, actually used such a despicable method. Wang Han's face was ashen as he paced in circles in the room. Whether he accepts or not, it's all within reason. But he just had to refuse in front of them. He waited for them to leave the house and then came to snatch them. He even killed them and robbed them. How shameless and crazy is this behavior? This old man is so disgusted that it's as if he ate shit. Wang Zhong smiled bitterly. Brother, Wu Xiaoduo is not shameless. He's deliberately disgusting you. This is his true motive for using all kinds of methods. Ha! Wang Han suddenly froze. He didn't accept it, which made his stance clear. He turned around and snatched it back, and he didn't even try to hide it. This is purely to disgust you. It's also to make his stance clear. He didn't even try to hide his figure or his voice. He's clearly telling you that I did it. What can you do? What can you do? His actions now are equivalent to pointing at your nose and saying, just like before, we set up a trap to kill Qin Fangyang and dug up He Yuanyue's grave. Didn't we think that we were the ones who did it? What can you do? We thought that the other party couldn't do anything to us. Now, the tables have turned. And now, we really can't do anything to him. We no longer think that way. No matter what, we don't dare to do anything to him. Especially now. We don't even dare to reveal his identity. Firstly, we don't have any evidence. If we reveal his identity, it will only make the world take more extreme measures against us. You dare to insult the minister. Wang Han sighed deeply. How can I not know this? You said that the minister's son did it. Can you show us any evidence? If you don't have any evidence, you are slandering the minister. No one in the entire continent can prove that the minister doesn't have a son. How can we have evidence? Besides, even if we prove that the minister's son did it, what can we do? Everyone in the continent will be even happier. The minister has a descendant. The whole world will celebrate. Everyone will know. Everyone will admire. That's something that can be imagined. Some people will even be so happy that they will set off firecrackers. Wang Zhong's face was full of gloom. If we insist on doing something, we will be attacked by everyone. What's the big deal about the minister's son killing a few of you? This sentence will definitely fall on the Wang clan's head. The two sighed at each other. This sentence was just like what the Wang clan had said before. Our war god clan has made outstanding contributions to the astral souls. What's the big deal about killing a few people? What's the big deal about our war god clan occupying some land? What's the big deal about our war god clan digging up a grave? But no matter how awesome your war god clan is, how can you compare to the minister? How big of a face do you have? If Swishoud's identity was exposed, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. According to your Wong clan's logic, what's the big deal about the minister's son killing a few people of your Wong clan? Just treat it as a pastime. You still have the face to shout. If the minister's son wants to kill you, why don't you wash your necks and line up? Why don't you stretch your necks and play with the young master? What if the young master doesn't feel good about beheading people? Wouldn't your Wong clan be guilty of a great crime? Thinking of this situation, Wang Han and Wang Zhong felt so ashamed that they could die. Think about it again. The reaction of the city guards and the Star Shield today was not normal at all. It took so long for them to arrive so late. Doesn't this mean that someone is deliberately delaying the operation? And this person is probably a high-ranking official, or even a high-ranking official. After arriving, he seemed to handle things fairly. But in fact, he was perfunctory. Every sentence that he said was rubbing salt on our Wong clan's wound. He even specifically asked about our Wong clan's ancestral grave. Who doesn't know that our Wong clan's ancestral grave collapsed? If he didn't do it on purpose. This is blatant bullying of others. And the one he bullied is our Wong clan. I won't accept your gifts. If I accept your gifts, it will inevitably be misunderstood. I won't accept it, but I still want it. So, I will take it back. Killing people and robbing them is just a trivial matter. Does your Wong clan have a problem with that? Everything had been deduced clearly, but the two brothers could only sigh at each other in silence. The situation was clear. Swishoud's purpose was also clear. I'm bullying you. What can you do? What can you do? For many years, this kind of bullying was done by the Wong clan to others. They could only look at each other in despair and helplessness. Now, the tables had turned. Someone else had also bullied the Wong clan. They could only suffer in silence. Not only could they not fight back, they could not talk back. They did not even dare to testify against the culprit. The Wong clan had truly tasted the feelings of those people who had been bullied by them previously. And they tasted it several times more. This kind of grievance, helplessness, despair, and helplessness. They were so depressed that they wanted to commit suicide. At this moment. Suddenly, someone came to report. Clan head, Swishoud is here. Swishoud is here. Wang Han and Wang Zhong were shocked. What was he doing here at this time? After the handsome Northern Bandit gang returned, Li Chenglong's eyes turned and he immediately came up with a good idea. Boss, this matter is not over yet. We can make use of the follow-up. How do we make use of the follow-up? Now that the Wong clan is aware of your identity, things will be much easier to handle. Li Chenglong narrowed his eyes and said, originally, we were in a disadvantageous position. We can't go to them directly. They can encircle and annihilate us if they don't know. But now, it's a different matter. We can make things worse, be more arrogant, and disgust them. Let's get some interest first to vent our anger. Due to the situation, we can't really kill the Wong clan to avenge the old principal. But now, we can do something else. Ha! Swishoud's eyes lit up like light bulbs. Didn't the Wong clan always bully others? Today, we'll give them a taste of their own medicine. Who doesn't know how to be arrogant and despotic? Li Chenglong smiled sinisterly. Let's do this. Good idea, I like it. Ha ha ha. Don't say that you like it first. You still have to do this and this and this to get revenge. Let's have a good time first. Chapter 1225. Brilliant plan, brilliant plan. Swollen, you're so bad. You're so bad that you have ulcers on your head and pus on your feet. But I like it. Ha ha ha. Sua Xiao Duo was exultant. Li Chenglong, dot. Sua, I've racked my brains to come up with ideas for you, and all I get is ulcers on my head and pus on my feet. This bastard. It's settled then. After making up his mind, young Master Sua couldn't wait any longer and went to the Wang family. Since he was going to vent his anger, he had to do it ruthlessly. Sua Xiao Duo dragged Lu Yingfeng along. Lu Yingfeng was more resentful than anyone else. Sua Xiao Duo was certain. Now that his identity was clear and the curtains had not been drawn, the Wang family wouldn't dare to do anything to him even if they were given 10,000 guts. Therefore, he was exceptionally safe. Thus, everyone left in a grandiose manner. Although they felt like they had eaten a fly, the Wang family still chose to welcome Sua Xiao Duo, Lu Yingfeng, and the others in with the etiquette of welcoming VIP guests. The head of the family, Wang Han, even personally came out to greet them. One could imagine the grievance in the heart of the head of the Wang family. He even had to suppress his anger and suffer internal injuries. Ayaya. The Wang family is so big. Sua Xiao Duo strode forward with the air of a son of the heaven inspecting minister. With a reserved expression, he said, "Not bad, not bad. This residence is excellent." Li Chenglong, who was dressed like a butler, crooked his nose and said, "How much wealth did the people spend on this house?" The Wang family looked at him. How could this butler speak like that? You're even in front of us. How could you be a guest? Ha ha ha. Be careful with your words. Sua Xiao Duo said, "You have to be flexible. Don't speak the truth. It's easy to offend people." Li Chenglong understood. Big brother is right. I'm a straightforward person. But this place is indeed extremely extravagant. There's an ancient saying, wine and meat stink behind the red door, and frozen bones lie on the road. It's probably referring to the Wang family. The Wang family was speechless. If you don't know how to speak, then speak less. Wang Han held back his anger and smiled. Young Master Sua, for you to come here today, I wonder. Is there something important? It's nothing. Sua Xiao Duo laughed and said, actually, there are some things that are hard to talk about. Young Master Sua, feel free to speak your mind. It's like this. During this period of turmoil and chaos, my side is also in a state of panic. Moreover, we have suffered quite a lot of losses. Look. My father gave me a few treasures, and I accidentally lost them. This is somewhat inexcusable. My father gave them to me. My father. Wang Han's face turned green. This scare almost made him lose his soul. What was there to not understand? We wanted to kill Sua Xiao Duo's parents. But we couldn't find them. If that's the case, could it be that our Wang clan almost assassinated the minister? A layer of cold sweat appeared on Wang Han's back. His face was covered in white sweat. For a moment, his mind was in turmoil. He actually didn't pay attention to what Sua Xiao Duo said. Sua Xiao Duo laughed. Lost something, just lost something, ha 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 ha. Old man, you're playing dumb. But how can I let you play dumb? Wang Han came back to his senses. For a moment, his mind was blank. He could only follow Sua Xiao Duo's words and said, Young Master Sua. Lost something. The moment he asked this question, he suddenly felt an ominous premonition in his heart. Then, he saw Lu Yingfeng's half-smile. Wang Han's face finally changed. Next to him, Li Chenglong stood up. His face was filled with righteous indignation. He pointed at Wang Han's nose and scolded, "Wang Han, why are you playing dumb? Our boss lost something because your Wang clan stole it, and you're still pretending to be innocent. You put a donkey on your nose, do you think you're pretending to be an elephant? Don't you know that this thing is soft when cut off?" Wang Han almost vomited blood. My Wang clan stole it. Where did this come from? Countless Wang clan members glared at Li Chenglong. They couldn't wait to rush up and eat him up. Sua Xiaoduo pretended to be angry. "Swollen, what nonsense are you talking about?" Then, he looked at Wang Han with a fake smile. "Wang clan master, I'm sorry. I'm just a housekeeper. I don't know how to be flexible. I'm straightforward and like to speak the truth. Please don't mind." "I don't mind." Wang Han looked at Li Chenglong as if he wanted to eat someone. "I don't mind at all. You Sua Xiaoduo are really talented. This is your housekeeper? Who are you kidding? Who doesn't know that this is Li Chenglong? He even has the extremely high title of Generation's Military Advisor. The generals all over the world are drooling over him. Can you, Sua Xiaoduo, afford to use such a housekeeper?" "Well, Sua Xiaoduo is the minister's relative. It seems like he can still afford to use him." Wang Han didn't dare to get angry. He could only grit his teeth and say, "My Wang clan didn't steal." These words were full of grievance and anger. "Bullshit. Bullshit. You didn't steal. You said you didn't steal, so you didn't steal. There are witnesses and evidence. You actually dare to open your mouth and say such things. You're really full of lies. Do you think that just by moving your lips, you can poop out like an anus?" Li Chenglong scolded, "Look at your lack of confidence. It's obvious that you're guilty. Did you get the fucking fire of the sound path?" Wang Han's blood immediately rushed to his head. Too unpleasant to listen to. Too unpleasant to listen to. This bastard's mouth is smellier than a dung pit. "Wang clan master, please don't mind. Actually," Sua Xiaoduo said hypocritically. Wang Han couldn't take it anymore. "Li, you said you have witnesses and evidence. Where is it? Take it out. Even if you have a respectable status, you can't slander good people for no reason." "Good people?" Li Chenglong laughed out loud with his nostrils pointing to the sky. "Your Wang clan still dares to talk so arrogantly in this day and age. You keep saying that you are good people. Do I not know the meaning of the word good, or do I misunderstand the meaning of the word?" LV Yingfeng, Long Yuxing, and the rest were so satisfied that they felt from the bottom of their feet to the top of their heads. Especially LV Yingfeng. He was so happy that he was about to fly. The scolding was so vicious and unpleasant to the ears. But I really like it. To be able to see Wang Han being scolded in front of him was the most pleasing thing in his life. Looking at Wang Han's sullen face, the more LV Yingfeng looked at it, the more he felt that he couldn't get enough of this face. A little more sullen would be even better. Long Yuxing, Yu Moyan, and the rest were all enlightened. Li Chenglong's eloquence was really something. No wonder Li Chenglong volunteered to do this job. This guy's eloquence was really good. He was so good at scolding people. There were so many good words that I couldn't even think of in my dreams. I know many of them, and I know how to use them. But to string them together to form the most vicious words, I couldn't even think of it even if I was beaten to death. Sua Xiaoduo chuckled. "Patriarch Wang, it's like this. When you sent me the red spider lily, I didn't want it. And I was very angry. I can't hide it from you. You know about this, right?" Wang Han let out a muffled groan. "You still have the face to say that you snatched it back long ago. And you even killed everyone. And you still want to talk about the red spider lily? Where did you get the face? How can you not feel embarrassed? I know, right? How can I not know? Xiaoduo said, but there's a reason why I'm angry. To tell you the truth. Xiaoduo said, back then, my father and mother were afraid that we were too young and insensible and would cause trouble, provoking people we shouldn't provoke. What if we got injured or something? Right, that wouldn't be good. If we provoked those unreasonable bastards, it would be inevitable that our friends and elders would be killed and their graves dug up. It would be even more unpleasant. Wang family head, don't you think so? Xiaoduo said with a smile. His eyes were as sharp as knives. Wang Han coughed and said, young Master Zhua, you're right. This is human nature. Xiaoduo chuckled. In order to avoid this, my father and mother prepared something for me. As for me, I was really disappointing at that time. Because my family was relatively well off, I didn't take anything to heart. Now that I think about it, I'm really ashamed. You should know that every porridge and meal is not easy to come by. Every strand of food is hard to come by. Who knows that every grain of food on the plate is hard to come by? Am I right, Patriarch Wang? Wang Han lowered his head and rolled his eyes. You're pretty fucking cultured. Among the things my parents gave me, there was a heavenly treasure. Yes, a red spider lily. Some time ago, it was stolen. Along with it were a lot of heart of stars, jade of astral souls, heavenly weapons, heavenly treasures, and so on. A lot, a lot. This was really embarrassing, but the amount of things I stole was really not small. It's already hurting my bones. Originally, the things were stolen because I wasn't good enough. It has nothing to do with anyone. I've already admitted my loss. In life, who hasn't stepped on a pile of dog shit and been disgusted a few times? But today, when I saw the red spider lily you sent over, I felt that it looked very familiar. Xiaoduo said. Red spider lilies should all look the same, right? Wang Han said coldly. He finally understood. These guys were clearly here to disgust him, extort him, and humiliate him. Ah, is Master Wang implying that you've seen other red spider lilies before? And you've seen more than one? Xiaoduo asked in surprise. Rare treasures like the red spider lily, how many of them were there in this world? I wouldn't dare. But if it's the red spider lily, although the Wang family's foundation is shallow, we still have a few, Wang Han said coldly. Xiaoduo laughed and said, of course, I don't mean to question Master Wang, but I can confirm that the red spider lily you took today was mine. May I ask how you can prove it, Master Zhua? Proof is easy. I've been mischievous since I was young. The main reason is that I'm a possessive person. I like to leave my own mark on things that belong to me. Xiaoduo explained with a face full of smiles, on that red spider lily, I pinched one of its petals with my fingernail. And I even drew a little turtle on the pinch mark. Ha ha ha. I was young and ignorant back then, but I didn't want to become the evidence of today's events. A carving and a peck, could it be that it's destined? Xiaoduo laughed and said, as long as Master Wang takes out that red spider lily, I'll show it to you. The evidence is conclusive, so there's no way for you to deny it. Chapter 12:26. Take it out. Wang Han glared at him. You really have the nerve to say that. You've already taken it, and now you want me to take it out to confront you. What nonsense are you talking about? Wang Han was so angry that he leaned back and said with a dark face, "But this red spider lily was just taken away by the damn Northern Handsome Bandit group." Taken away. Zhuo Xiaoduo narrowed his eyes and said, "Wang family head, it doesn't matter if it was snatched away. As the saying goes, the net of heaven has a long arm, and those who kill and steal will have their own retribution. But I have other evidence to prove that the Permitha flower that the Wang family took out today indeed belonged to me." Evidence? What evidence? "I took a photo when you sent it to me. Master Wang, you'll know when you see it." Zhuo Xiaoduo took out his mobile phone, opened the camera, and showed him a photo, saying, "Master Wang, please take a look." In the photo, Wang Yi was holding a red spider lily in his hand with a fawning look on his face. And on the petals of the red spider lily, there was a fingernail print and a little turtle that was not very clear. Of course, this was the photo taken by Li Chenglong when he disguised as Wang Yi. With his current cultivation, it was easy for him to control the muscles on his face to change into another person's appearance for a short time. Wang Han's face suddenly darkened. How could he frame me like this? I've lived long enough to see this. Where's your face? Where's your face? Is this fun? Is it really fun? Zhuo Xiaoduo pointed at the photo and said, "Master Wang, look, isn't this a fingernail print? Isn't this a little turtle? Isn't this your third brother? What's his name? Wang Yi. Does this count as conclusive evidence? Wang family head, give us a straightforward and fair answer." Li Chenglong stood at the side and said proudly, "The truth is that it was the Wang family who stole our things. The Wang family is a thief." Wang Han's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He didn't speak for a long time. After a long time, he took a deep breath and said, "Young Master Zhuo, what do you want to do? Do you want to completely humiliate our Wang clan?" Before Zhuo Xiaoduo could say anything, Li Chenglong slammed the table and stood up. "What do you mean by that? You guys are fucking thieves, and you still think you're in the right. Was this how the Wang clan, which had a history of 10,000 years, got rich? Ha! During the day, he behaved like a human, but at night, he became a thief with his family. Killing people, robbing tombs, and robbing tombs. That's how they managed to build up a clan of 10,000 generations. Can your Wang clan be any more shameless? Was it possible? Wang family head, do you have any shame? Why do I look like an ass? Open your mouth and let me see, are there any teeth in your mouth? Don't tell me it's really upside down. Move further away and let me see. Don't really spit out shit. PFFF. Xiang Chong, Long Yuxing, and the others couldn't help but turn their heads and spit. Because they had already foreseen that they would be scolded harshly today, the group of female classmates did not come. However, the group of male classmates did not miss a single one and all followed along. At this moment, all of them felt so good that their intestines were about to cramp. However, they all made up their minds, in the future, they must not provoke Li Chenglong. This guy was too vicious when it came to scolding people. They would rather provoke Zhuo and get beaten up than provoke Li Chenglong's poisonous tongue. It was too powerful, and no one could withstand it. Wang Han was finally angry. He slammed the table and stood up. "Li, don't go too far. The Aries clan is not to be trifled with." Li Chenglong was also furious. He slammed the table and stood up. "So what if you're from the Aries clan? You think the Aries clan can steal? You think the Aries clan can be unreasonable? Now that there are witnesses and evidence, do you still want to go to court for such an obvious thing? Fine, fine, fine. Since you don't want to admit it, we'll go to court and let the country and the law be the judge. Let Uncle Nyo from the Law Enforcement Department handle the case impartially and settle the matter. Go, go, go. Let's go to the law enforcement department now. I don't believe that there's no room for reasoning in this world. The War God clan can do whatever they want, be unscrupulous, and have no taboos. Patriarch Wang, I only want to ask you, if the law enforcement department decides that you stole, what will you say? Li Chenglong slammed the table. He puffed out his chest and raised his head, spittle flying everywhere. Wang Han could only feel his blood pressure rising. He was about to vomit blood. Was there a need to go to court? Wang Han knew very well that no matter where this case went, the Wang clan would lose. Even if they were to fight in front of the emperor would only say, "It was your Wang clan who stole it." Although everyone knew that the evidence was fake, no one would speak up for the Wang clan. Everyone would say, "This is the truth." Zhuo Xiaoduo could only point out 2 pieces of evidence to prove that it was him. However, at that level, they could easily find 1,000 pieces of evidence to prove that it was Zhuo Xiaoduo's. This was a case that they were bound to lose. And the Wang clan had done this kind of thing no less than thousands or tens of thousands of times over the past few thousand years. As long as they wanted something, they would buy it for 100,000 yuan for something that was originally worth 100 million yuan. Not selling it. Just nice, they could even save that 100,000 yuan. When they went to court, they had plenty of evidence. This was originally their clan's. So the flaming sunstone that aids my cultivation has been stolen here. How vicious. Yeah, there are so many Nian Nian cats here. I was wondering why her extreme cold Xian ice was gone. So it was here. Did you recognize the wrong person? There's no mistaking it. This is emitting Nian Nian cat's exclusive ice cold aura. These herbs look so familiar. They belong to my family. That's also my family. This belongs to the Lu clan, right? It belongs to the Lu clan, right? Master Lu, your clan is the same as ours. Both of you are not strict enough. Besides, there's nothing we can do. They are strong in martial arts and tyrannical in power. It's already a blessing for us to be able to find the lost items. If we insist on asking for more, I'm afraid we will be silenced. They are the clan of the god of war. Their glory is limitless. Destroying small fries like us is nothing to them. Does this frame belong to the Lu clan? Damn it. How much did the Wang clan steal? Looking at this wall now, it looks like it belongs to my family. Finally, under everyone's watchful eyes, Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others walked out of the warehouse in a single file. Wang Han looked into the warehouse with a hopeless expression. Suddenly, his vision turned black and he almost fainted. Such a huge warehouse had been emptied. Yes, it was empty. It was completely empty. Even the countless iron frames were gone. Now, this warehouse had really been emptied. It could be said that even a mouse would have to come out with 2 streams of tears in its eyes. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong, who were walking out, were still muttering regretfully. There are still so many good things that haven't been found. Those precious treasures of heaven and earth, divine weapons, must have been hidden away. This is a reasonable thing. But what we found today is only worth a little. What's worth? The ones that we didn't find are the real good stuff. You should be happy that we can find these things. But the Wang clan is clearly perfunctory with us. Damn it. There are actually such shameless people in this world. Butler Swollen, how many things have we not found? I don't care about these things. I can't remember clearly, Xiaoduo said. Just the things that you mentioned in the past, we have recovered less than 1/10 of the total. And this time, we have recovered all the common goods. There are no high-quality goods to speak of. Sigh. Li Chenglong sighed, as if he was extremely distressed. Damn, only 1/10 of the goods. Still not enough. How many good things have been stolen from our family? Why don't you think about it? Our family is worthy of its name. It is the real #1 family in the world. How can we not have good things? How can we not have good things? How can uncle and auntie not give you good things? Yes, that does make sense. Then, Xiaoduo turned around and said, Master Wang. Wang Han stood up shakily and said, Young masters, what, these things have been returned to their rightful owners. Today's matter, is it okay? Wang Han, the master of the Wang clan, looked as if he had aged a few decades in this short period of time. The wrinkles on his face had deepened. Xiaoduo said, but there are still a lot of lost items that haven't been found yet. I've only recovered less than 1/10 of the items. Look at Patriarch Lu's worried face, the amount that we've recovered is definitely far from enough. But our Wang clan only has this one warehouse. There is nothing else. Who are you lying to? TSK. Do you think I will believe you? My family has 400 to 500 warehouses. Wang Han wanted to say, who are you lying to? Show me the 400 to 500 warehouses in your family. Hurry up, open the other warehouses as well. We have to continue to prove it. We will not touch anything that has nothing to do with us. If there is no evidence, we will not touch it. I have already said so. I am very sincere, right? Xiaoduo urged. But our Wang clan only has this one warehouse. Wang Han swore. He insisted that his family only had this one warehouse. That can't be right. Xiaoduo's eyes were full of distrust. You clearly said that your family has a lot of spider lilies. Why didn't I see any in the warehouse? The Wang clan definitely has more than one warehouse. Wang Han. Now you understand. You took one and still think it is not enough. Seeing that this guy was not going to leave until he gave it to him, Wang Han waved his hand with a headache. Housekeeper, go to my study and bring the 2 jade boxes with the spider lilies. Let young Master Zhua take them away. Take it as a token of my appreciation. What do you mean by a token of your appreciation? Those are clearly mine. My dad told me that only our family has these things. As for the others, Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. He might as well use the tiger's skin as a flag. Fine. They are all yours. Wang Han was getting weaker and weaker. This young man in front of him had even dragged the minister into this matter. How could he argue? Coming out to receive them this time was the most regrettable thing in Wang Han's life. If he had known this would happen, he would not have come out no matter what. He could have just sent someone to receive them, but he was so angry that he almost fainted. He was so angry that he almost died. You said it yourself. And so, Xiaoduo took 2 more spider lilies. While he was admiring the Wang clan's long history and deep heritage, he also felt that there was a flaw in this otherwise perfect situation. My family has lost them before. Young Master Zhua, the heavens are watching. Enough is enough. Wang Han's lips were trembling uncontrollably. Are you not done yet? Let me ask you, has your family ever lost a Wang clan? Have you? Li Chenglong was still blabbering on and on, but Xiaoduo already knew that this was the Wang clan's limit. If they continued to drag it out, they would not be able to do anything if they insisted that they did not. After all, it was not yet time to fall out with them. Especially since they could not waste so much time here, the gains would not make up for the losses. Since today's blackmail was successful and the humiliation was in place, this was about it. Ha ha ha. So Xiao Duo laughed. That's it then, Master Wang. I will take my family's things and leave. Seeing that we are all from the same place in the astral soul's mainland, I will not report this matter to the police. This will save you some trouble. Even if the Wang clan is the war god's clan and has not lost its glory, there is no need to be labeled as a thief. Wang Han's face darkened as if he was about to vomit blood. Thank you very much for your magnanimity, young Master Zhua. You're tuning in to the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.